Chapter 1897. Inside the cave, Lu Yi held the Azura token in his hand and checked his ranking in the battle arena. 7th place, Lu Yi, 9 Heaven's Realm. 232 wins, 0 losses. The rules stated that the top 10 could only be challenged according to their ranking. In other words, Lu Yi could only challenge one opponent at the moment, and that was the opponent ranked 6th. Unless this opponent wasn't in the Heavenly Azura region, then Lu Yi could skip him and challenge the 5th place. After a short rest and recuperation, Lu Yi continued to challenge. However, he didn't succeed this time, which undoubtedly meant that the opponent ranked 6th wasn't in the Heavenly Azura region. Lu Yi had encountered this situation many times, so he naturally wasn't unfamiliar with it. He felt a little regretful because in this way, he would lose an opportunity to fight against the top Yao. He chose a new target and challenged the 5th place. He still didn't succeed, but Lu Yi didn't care and continued to challenge the 4th place, 3rd place, 2nd place, 1st place. After a short while, Lu Yi frowned and fell into deep thought. It seemed that the few people ranked ahead of him were quite busy and weren't in the Heavenly Azura region now. They were probably participating in the training. This inevitably made him feel a little unsatisfied, and his plan to reach the top of the battle arena in one go fell through. However, this wasn't a big problem. According to Chun Xuanhai's guidance, Lu Yi knew that 3 days before the conclusion of the battle arena, basically all the cultivators who wanted to maintain their rankings would return to the Heavenly Azura region. Especially those who were ranked at the top, they absolutely wouldn't miss this time. Because if they didn't return in time and were challenged, then they would be judged to have lost. Unlike now, when Lu Yi failed to challenge them, their rankings wouldn't change. Since he couldn't challenge anyone for the time being, Lu Yi could only give up. He checked the time of the next battle arena and found that it would be around a month or so. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message to Walnut to inform her of this situation. Walnut quickly replied, "Then, fellow Taoist, please come to the Treasury Plaza. I'll exchange the Azura tokens I gave you for the resources you need." "There's no need. Keep them for now and wait until the battle arena concludes." On the other side, Walnut couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but she didn't receive a reply when she sent a message back. On a jade bed nearby, a woman was sprawled out on her back and hugged her Azura token with both hands, as if she was holding the most precious treasure in the world. Suddenly, he stood up and looked at Walnut. "Which battlefield should we enter?" Walnut looked at his master in a daze. "The top 6 are not in the Heaven Azura region. He can't challenge them right now." The woman couldn't help showing a look of disappointment when she heard this. That's a pity. This little brat has now won 200 battles, and his momentum is at its peak. Even if he continues to challenge, he still has a high chance of winning. She sighed and said, "If he can't challenge him, there's nothing we can do. We'll just have to split the spoils with him." Walnut said that he doesn't need it for now. He wants to wait until after the conclusion of this battle. The woman blinked and immediately came to a realization. Interesting. This kid clearly wants to continue the challenge 3 days before settlement. Is he that confident in himself? If he hadn't decided to continue the challenge, why would he wait until after the settlement to split the loot? To be honest, she had also watched a lot of Lu Ye's fights, but until now, she still couldn't figure out the depth of Lu Ye's strength. After all, the battle arena was isolated from the outside world. It was inconvenient for her to watch from the stands, and she couldn't perceive the fight too clearly. So even if she was a sunshine, sometimes she would make mistakes. "Honorable Master, what should we do?" Walnut asked. The woman thought for a moment, and her gambling spirit was ignited. Full of anticipation, she said, "If he wants to continue the challenge, then we'll continue to bet on him." Walnut couldn't help but feel apprehensive. "But, Honorable Master, the challenges will definitely become more and more difficult. If he loses one of them, after winning for so long, if he lost one of them, then everything they had won would become fleeting clouds. The woman blinked at her, excitement in the depths of her eyes. This is where the joy of gambling lies, my good disciple. All the unknown risks are the most worth pursuing in this world. AI. Walnut sighed deeply. She felt that her honorable master really couldn't be saved. As long as it involved gambling, she would often become infatuated with it. The woman's eyes were unhurried. She was incomparably looking forward to the arrival of the 3 days before settlement. In Lu Ye's immortal's cave, he ended his transmission with Walnut and directly walked out. There was still almost a month to the settlement date. Of course, he couldn't wait here forever. He couldn't fight in the battle arena, but there was no problem in participating in the Azura arena. This was one of the reasons he came to the Azura arena. Only by earning enough Azura seals would he be able to go to the treasury to exchange for the resources he needed. After leaving his cave, Lu Yi leaped up and flew towards the sky. Looking around, he could clearly see that there were many cultivators nearby that were flying up as well. Just like the scene he'd seen when he'd just entered the heavenly Azura realm with Gue, these cultivators were clearly going to participate in the tempering as well. All of a sudden, Lu Ye's body began to rise, until he suddenly felt as if his entire body had collided with a soft and invisible membrane. His field of vision suddenly turned dark, and even his powerful perception disappeared without a trace at this moment. He did not panic in the slightest. Although this was his first time participating in the experiential training, he had done enough research on this aspect. Naturally, he knew that this was a process that every cultivator had to go through. His current state was very strange. He knew that he still existed, but he just couldn't feel it. It was as if his entire being had turned into an independent thought. In the vast darkness, an ancient and desolate voice sounded in his ears. The Black Cloud continent had a deep heritage, a vast territory, and rich resources. The cultivation world produced many capable people, and the world was prosperous. Until one day, a cultivator brought back a treasure from the starry sky. A light suddenly lit up in the darkness, and then an object appeared in front of Lu Ye's eyes. It was a round ball the size of a human head. It was dark green in color, and he couldn't make out much about it. However, Lu Yi knew that this should be the treasure mentioned by the desolate voice. The light dissipated, and his vision once again fell into darkness. The news leaked out, attracting countless powerhouses to fight over it. A great battle broke out, and the remaining cultivators escorted the successor of the Black Cloud sect into the starry sky, wanting to escape to a nearby star system to seek refuge. Another light lit up, and Lu Yi saw a broken fleet sailing through the starry sky. The light flickered, illuminating the broken battleship, as if it could be destroyed at any time. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, thinking that this experience should have something to do with escorting the so-called successor of the Black Cloud sect. So, as long as he could hold on until the news of this broken fleet escaping to a nearby star system, he should have completed the test of the experience. This was not difficult. According to the information he knew, the difficulty of the experience for cultivators entering the Azura field for the first time would not be too high. Basically, it was within the scope of the cultivator's ability to deal with it. This could be considered a benefit given to cultivators by the Azura field, allowing them to personally understand the process of the experience. However, apart from the first experience, there was no such good thing. Basically, every time a cultivator went on an experience, there would be a risk of losing their life, because only in this way could the experience be effective. The reason why the Heavenly Azura clansmen were so strong in the past was because they had been honed in the Azura field. The strong waves washed away the sand, and the clansmen who were not strong enough had been eliminated in the training. Those who survived were all elites, and this laid the foundation for them to unify hundreds of galaxies. As his thoughts changed, the ancient and desolate voice sounded again. You, the leader of the 9 Heavens Star Pirate Gang, have led your own Star Pirate Gang and joined forces with other Star Pirate Gangs. On the way, you are determined to seize that treasure and kill the cultivators of the Black Cloud sect. Lu Yi could not help but be shocked. Just from what the voice said, he thought that his experience this time was to protect the successor of the Black Cloud sect and that ball-like treasure, and then escort them to a neighboring star system. After all, ever since he started cultivating, he had always been kind to others, and it was his duty to protect the weak. But he never expected that in this experience, he would be the one doing evil. Lu Yi couldn't help but frown. Doing evil was finally going against his ideals, but this was the tempering of the Azura realm. No one knew what sort of status the Azura realm would arrange for them before they entered, or what sort of tempering they would be given. Moreover, the Heavenly Azura clan was not a kind race. Otherwise, they would not have enslaved so many star systems. These experiences were originally prepared for the Heavenly Azura clan, so there was no difference to them whether they were good or evil. Lu Yi sighed helplessly. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice but to accept his fate. It would not be too late to act according to the circumstances. The calculation of the Azura field experience was not rigid, but very flexible. As long as one performed well enough in the experience, even if they did not act according to the arrangements of the Azura field, they would still be able to obtain the corresponding Azura seal reward. It could be said that every experience was equivalent to a real world, and cultivators could make any choice according to their own ideas. Another light lit up, and this time what appeared in Lu Ye's field of vision was a small fleet. More than a dozen tiger shark battleships gathered around a medium-sized battleship, and on the surface of the battleship there were two large words inscribed, which were the words 9 heavens. There was no doubt that this was his own star pirate gang, and now it was chasing the Black Cloud fleet. However, in terms of size, his 9 heavens star pirate gang was greatly inferior to the Black Cloud fleet. His field of vision suddenly extended forward, and then broke through the isolation of the battleship. Lu Yi was surprised to find a familiar figure sitting on a chair inside the battleship, holding a long saber horizontally at his side, looking forward with a dignified expression. Who else could it be but himself? His field of vision suddenly merged with the figure sitting on the chair, and Lu Yi could feel the existence of his body again, and could not help but blink. He found that he was already inside the battleship, and just like what he saw just now, he was sitting here. End of chapter. Chapter 1898. At this moment, there were many cultivators bustling about in the warship. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of one's nose, making one feel relaxed and happy. Lu Yi could not help but look down and see a young girl crouching in front of him. She was holding her 2 small hands and gently massaging his thighs with a gentle expression. He was startled. Just now, when he used that strange vision to observe the interior of the warship, he did not see this girl. Not only that, there was also a girl behind him who was currently massaging his shoulders. Another person hurriedly ran in front of him, cupped his fists, and said something loudly. Lu Yi did not hear clearly for a moment, because at this moment some inexplicable information appeared in his mind. This information was related to all kinds of information regarding this experiential training. Before entering the experiential training, that ancient and desolate voice had only told him the general background of this experiential training. Now, the additional information in his mind was some more detailed information. He calmed his mind and raised his head to look at the cultivator in front of him. He was not a human and was surrounded by demonic chi. He should be from the demon race. The moment he saw the other party, Lu Yi recognized him. This was the second in command of his pirate gang, Yu Yao, who was second only to him in strength. Her name was Yi Hua. As for whether the other party was a shadow or a cultivator who came here to participate in experiential training like him, Lu Yi had no way of determining. This was because in the Azura field, all shadows were extremely real and could only be accurately identified at the moment of death. What is it? Lu Yi asked in a deep voice. Since he had been arranged to be the leader of the pirate gang, he naturally had to act like a leader. This was something that Chen Xianhai had seriously warned him about. In the Azura field experiential training, the more perfectly he integrated into his assigned identity, the more Azura seals he would be able to obtain in the end. There had been people who had deliberately displayed actions that did not match their identities, but in the end, they did not have a good ending. Take the current situation, for example. If Lu Yi did not display the temperament that a leader of a pirate gang should have and instead did some actions that did not match his identity, the pirates under him would definitely become suspicious. Yi Hua spoke again. Chief, Thunderlight has sent a message, asking us to speed up and bite the Black Cloud Fleet. Hearing the two words Thunderlight, Lu Ye's mind flashed with some information he had just received. The attack on the Black Cloud continent was a joint operation of many pirate gangs. The Nine Heavens pirate gang was just one of them. After all, the power of a domain, even if there was no Rizhao, was not something that a single pirate gang could swallow. Among the many pirate gangs, the strongest one was the Thunderlight pirate gang. The previous battle went quite smoothly, which showed that this Thunderlight pirate gang still had something up their sleeves. When Lu Yi heard this, he didn't even think before he said, "Ignore him." Yi Hua was a little hesitant and couldn't help but ask, "Chief, if we don't respond, what will we do if Thunderlight sends another message?" Lu Yi said, "Just pretend that you didn't receive the message. It's common for messages not to be transmitted smoothly in space. There's so many pirate gangs working together this time. We won't miss one." Yi Hua nodded his head. "That's also true." Finished speaking, he withdrew. Sitting on the chair, Lu Ye's thoughts changed. He ignored the message from Thunderlight Pirate Gang, mainly because he still hadn't figured out what to do. Rushing over to bite the Black Cloud Fleet was not a problem. He could even rush over alone and kill them all. He believed that no one on the Black Cloud Fleet could stop him. At the beginning, he was able to pin down the Zixuan fleet alone. Now that his cultivation had improved, there was no reason why he couldn't pin down the Black Cloud Fleet. However, if he did so, he would really be committing a crime, even if the cultivators on the Black Cloud Fleet were all shadows. Not only did he have to get over this hurdle in his heart, but he also had to earn more Azura seals. What should he do next? "Sir, if you are tired, why don't you take a rest? Your injuries haven't healed yet." A gentle voice sounded in his ear. It was the woman who was massaging his shoulders. Lu Yi thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Out of sight, out of mind. Anyway, there was nothing to do here, so he got up and walked towards the cabin. The two women who served him led the way in front and followed behind him. Lu Yi really just wanted to take a rest, but as he walked, he found that he was brought to a bath. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Immediately, a fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. He saw the woman who massaged his shoulders just now was undressing him. Lu Yi stared at her. As if sensing his gaze, the woman explained, "This servant has prepared a medicinal bath for Sir. It is suitable for Sir to heal your injuries." Lu Yi heard this and looked to the side. Indeed, there was a green light lingering in the bath. There should be a lot of medicinal liquid in it. As for his injuries, he sensed it and found that he was really injured. This surprised him because he was clearly intact before. His injuries were not serious, and he could recover after some rest. The other woman also came forward and helped him change his clothes. The two women looked very similar and wore similar clothes. If they stood together, anyone would think that they were sisters. But when Lu Yi recalled the information he had received before, he realized that the two were not sisters at all. The two of them were mother and daughter. One was called Qin Ru, and the other was called Qin Qin. The daughter followed her mother's surname, and they were plundered by the Nine Heavens star pirate gang from a certain realm. Both mother and daughter were only star constellation realm cultivators. The Azura field was really a beast. Why did they arrange such an evil identity for him? Or should it be said that a star pirate should be like this? Although Lu Yi had traveled extensively for many years, he really hadn't met many star pirates. He had only met the Divine Wind Star Pirate Gang before he promoted Yu Yao, so he really didn't know what a star pirate should be like. No need. Of course, Lu Yi couldn't let the mother and daughter really bathe him. Although they were only shadows, he could still experience the most realistic experience. The moment he said this, Qin Ru looked up at Lu Yi in shock, her face full of fear and unease. Sir, did I do something wrong? That fear was not feigned. It came from the depths of her heart. Lu Yi could clearly see that her eyes were trembling. Qin shuddered and directly knelt on the ground. Her delicate body trembled slightly and her face was pale. Lu Yi frowned and waved his hand. No, you're dismissed. I have some things to think about. Qin Ru hurriedly retreated. She lowered her head and said, Then I'll take my leave. She couldn't help but exhort. Sir, it's more important to quickly heal your injuries. There will definitely be a battle soon. She pulled Qin and the mother and daughter hurriedly left. Looking at their departing figures, Lu Ye's eyes flashed. He turned his head and looked at the pool filled with medicinal liquid. Lu Yi walked up to the pool and reached his hand into the water. A moment later, he took off his clothes and jumped into the pool. He soaked his body in the water, leaving only his head above the water. Speaking of which, he hadn't enjoyed himself so much in all these years. It was rare that he had some free time today, so it wasn't too late to enjoy himself for a while. Half a day later, when Lu Yi walked out of the pool, refreshed, Qin Ru was standing guard outside. When she saw him, she hurriedly bowed. Sir, everything is ready. Lu Yi had no idea what she had prepared. He checked the information he had obtained from the Azura field, but there was no record of this. He thought for a moment and said, Lead the way. Yes. Qin Ru responded and took the lead to leave. After a short while, they came to a cabin. Lu Yi followed her in. Qin Ru closed the door, but Lu Yi was stunned. It was because in the room, Qin was tied up and hung in the air. Her body was cool, and her face was full of fear and uneasiness. Qin Ru bit her lips. She turned around and picked up a long thorny whip from the side and respectfully offered it with both hands. Lu Yi thought the mother and daughter were up to no good. He never expected to see such a scene. Looking at the long whip in Qin Ru's hand, he couldn't help but frown. Sir. Qin Ru called softly. She felt that the chief was a little different today. It was as if he didn't have the usual fierceness. Instead, he was more kind. Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed the long whip to examine it carefully. Although it was cleaned, he could still smell a faint smell of blood from the long whip. He casually put away the long whip and ordered, Put her down! Then he turned and left. Qin Ru and her daughter were left looking at each other. In the center of the warship, Lu Yi returned. Lei Guang repeatedly sent messages to the Nine Heavens pirate gang to cooperate, but they turned a deaf ear. Although Nine Heavens didn't cooperate, the other pirate gangs were perfectly carrying out Lei Guang's orders. After sailing for a while, Lu Yi clearly felt a fight coming from the side. Looking sideways, through the crystal wall of the warship, he could clearly see that in the starry sky, there were warships fighting fiercely. Obviously, the Black Cloud Fleet had sent a part of its forces to intercept the pirate gangs. Second head, Yihua walked over excitedly. Chief, the opportunity has come. Lu Yi asked, What opportunity? Yihua pointed at the battlefield and said, The battle over there is very intense. If we enter at this time, we will definitely be able to obtain the greatest benefits with the least cost. Lu Yi, however, showed a lack of interest. Ignore it. Continue the pursuit. Yi Hua was stunned for a moment. But Chief, we can't miss such a good opportunity. Lu Yi glanced at him. Am I the chief or are you the chief? Yi Hua was stunned. Then he said in panic, Of course, you are the chief. Then do as I say. Yes. Yi Hua lowered his head and left. The pirate fleet continued to move forward, quickly passing by the battlefield. Along the way, they encountered such battles from time to time. Under the pursuit of the various pirate gangs, the Black Cloud fleet could only cut off their wrists time and time again, dividing their forces to stop them. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the huge Black Cloud fleet had been severely weakened. It was only at this time that Lei Guang suddenly used their trump card. More than a dozen pirate gangs that had never appeared before suddenly charged out from the front and blocked the Black Cloud fleet's path, completely cutting off the Black Cloud fleet's hope of escape. End of chapter. Chapter 1899. Besieged from the front and back, the Black Cloud fleet had nowhere to run. Furthermore, they had been severely weakened during their escape. The various pirate gangs immediately swarmed forward like fish that had smelled blood. A great battle broke out. By the time the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang arrived, the vast battlefield had already turned into a mess. Although the pirate gangs had different origins with Thunderlight's coordination, there was not much of a problem. Coupled with the fact that the overall strength of the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang was stronger than the Black Cloud fleet, the moment the battle began, the Black Cloud fleet fell into a disadvantageous position. The outer battleships were destroyed one after another, and the cultivators hiding in the battleships also did not have a good end. The scene was cruel and bloody. "Boss, give the order." Yi Hua walked in front of Lu Yi, his face full of fighting spirit. A group of pirate gang cultivators followed closely behind him, all of them rubbing their fists. Lu Yi withdrew his gaze from the battlefield and glanced at him leisurely. "Wait a moment." Yi Hua stared blankly for a moment before hastily advising, "But Chief, Thunderlight has repeatedly sent messages to us, but we have ignored them all. Now that Thunderlight is monitoring the battle from the side, if we don't contribute, Thunderlight will definitely not agree." "So what if they don't agree?" Yi Hua was anxious. Thunderlight has always been unscrupulous in their actions, and now they are very dissatisfied with us. If we disobey them again, I'm afraid they will eliminate us first. Do they have the guts? Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Hua clenched his teeth and said, "Chief, open your eyes wide and look clearly. Thunderlight Guild has already set up an offensive formation against our group. If you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way, I'm afraid that before Black Cloud is annihilated, our group will be the first to suffer." "How dare you?" A shout came, but it did not come from Lu Yi, but from the third head of the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang, a Yu Yao called Zishao. "Second head, how can you speak to the boss like that?" The boss naturally has his own considerations. There were only 3 Yu Yao in the entire Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang. Lu Yi was the strongest, Yi Hua was the middle Yu Yao, and this Zishao was the early Yu Yao. As Zishao's voice fell, Yi Hua suddenly sneered. "Considerations? I don't know what kind of considerations the head has, but I do know that the head has been overcautious in his actions recently and has completely lost the courage and decisiveness of the past. Especially the operation against He Yun this time. Who knows how many good opportunities have been missed?" He turned to look at Lu Yi. "As expected, you are no longer suitable to be the leader. The Nine Heavens need to find a new path." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the cultivators on the warship changed. Zizhao's face even sank. "Second head, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to have internal strife in the midst of a great war?" Yi Hua gave a disdainful laugh. "Internal strife? You underestimate me too much." As soon as he finished speaking, his spiritual power surged, and his blood and qi swirled around him. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Lu Yi, who was sitting on the chair. Zizhao's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Late stage Yu Yao?" He didn't know when Yi Hua had advanced to the late stage, but he didn't know about it at all. He had always thought that Yi Hua was only at the middle stage. Judging from Yi Hua's painstaking efforts to conceal his cultivation from his fellow pirates, this guy didn't have any good intentions. Just as he was about to remind Lu Yi to be careful, he saw a scene from the corner of his eye that made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Qin Ru, who had been standing behind Lu Yi and serving him attentively, had a sword in her hand at some unknown time and was stabbing towards Lu Ye's neck. Not only that, Qin, who was kneeling in front of Lu Yi, suddenly exerted her strength and grabbed one of Lu Ye's legs with both hands, restricting his movements while biting down. Many unforeseen events occurred at the same time. Zi Xiao immediately realized that Yi Hua had clearly come prepared, and his preparations were extremely thorough. This guy had long planned to usurp the throne, and had even colluded with Qin Ru and her mother at some unknown time. Otherwise, Qin Ru and her mother wouldn't have reacted like this. Ever since they had been captured, they had always been very docile. The leader didn't obey Lei Guang's orders and had only accelerated the process. Even if today didn't happen, this scene was bound to happen in the near future. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Accompanied by Qin Ru's cry of alarm, Yi Hua, who was rushing towards Lu Yi, suddenly froze in place. Ferocious waves of qi swept out in all directions, turning the center of the warship into a mess. In this small area, the violent surging of transcendence energy caused the blood and qi of many constellations to surge, causing them to lose their footing. In the end, Zi Xiao was Yu Yao and was the first to recover from this unforeseen event. He immediately thought of rescuing Lu Yi, but just as he took a step forward, he was stunned. This was because, in his imagination, the scene of the leader being heavily injured by a sneak attack didn't happen. Facing Yi Hua's long-planned attack, the leader, who was sitting upright, only swung his fist and blocked the other party's bombardment. Qin Ru's sneak attack also didn't seem to have any effect. She was even sent flying by the surging transcendence energy just now. She was still holding her sword, but there wasn't the slightest trace of blood on it. Qin was still hugging Lu Ye's leg, but no matter how fierce she was, she couldn't bite through Lu Ye's protective transcendence energy. After all, the difference between their cultivation levels was too great. Yi Hua's pupils suddenly shrank, his face filled with disbelief. According to his plan, even if his punch couldn't kill Lu Yi, it would at least be able to heavily injure him. But in reality, that wasn't the case at all. The leader had only used a single fist to block his bombardment. This was something he found hard to understand. He knew that the leader's strength wasn't bad, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Moreover, the leader's entire body didn't show the slightest sign of his transcendence energy being unstable. This was what he found inconceivable. Are you curious as to why I wasn't poisoned? Lu Yi looked at Yi Hua and suddenly spoke. His transcendence energy was still circulating, forcing Yi Hua to not dare to retreat. Otherwise, the ferocious transcendence energy would immediately engulf him. While resisting with great difficulty, Yi Hua's expression was one of astonishment. You already knew? Lu Yi lifted the leg that Qin was hugging and casually swung it, sending Qin flying. The woman crashed into the side of the ship and fell down with a miserable cry. She hurriedly rushed to her mother's side and helped her up. The mother and daughter looked at Lu Yi, who was still sitting in the same place with fiery eyes, their beautiful eyes filled with accusation. Of course, I knew there was poison in the pool. Lu Yi glanced at the mother and daughter. Half a month ago, when he first entered the pool, he had already noticed it. However, the poison was very hidden and the toxicity didn't seem to be very strong. At that time, he was injured, so when he entered the pool, the poison would have seeped into his body. This wasn't strange. After all, Lu Ye's cultivation was at the late stage of Yu Yao. If the poison wasn't hidden well enough, he would definitely have noticed it. In fact, he really didn't notice anything, but his talent tree had some reaction. At that time, he thought that Qin Ru and her daughter were holding a grudge. After all, as the leader of the Nine Heavens pirate gang, he had done many terrible things to them, so it was reasonable for them to hold a grudge against him. However, later on, he slowly realized that things weren't so simple. Qin Ru and her daughter alone didn't have the ability to do this. It wasn't until Yi Hua's sudden attack that the truth was revealed. The one who ordered Qin Ru and her daughter to poison him was undoubtedly Yi Hua. If there wasn't someone powerful enough standing behind them, how could the mother and daughter have the courage and ability to do so? Moreover, the fragrance of Qin Ru and her daughter today was different from before. When they stood beside Lu Yi, his talent tree had reacted again. Therefore, Lu Yi guessed that the poison in the pool needed another poison to activate, which was what Qin Ru and her daughter had smeared on their bodies today. As for what effect this poison would have, he had no way of guessing. However, since Yi Hua dared to make a move, he definitely had full confidence. In addition, he had concealed his cultivation. This sudden attack was very difficult for an ordinary late-stage Yu Yao to escape. Lu Ye's heart trembled. To be honest, if it weren't for his talent tree, he would have definitely suffered a loss this time. This was his first trial in the Azura field. Didn't they say that the first trial wasn't very difficult? This was somewhat inconsistent with the information he had received from Chun Xianhai and Gui. As this thought flashed through his mind, his transcendence energy suddenly surged. Yi Hua cried out in alarm and flew backwards. Losing in a direct clash of transcendence energy like this caused his blood and qi to become turbulent and his transcendence energy to become unstable. He hurriedly tried to adjust his transcendence energy as he flew backwards. But how could he still have the chance? With a clang, the mountain plate saber was unsheathed. Lu Yi followed like a shadow and slashed out with bared fang. Resplendent saber light filled the entire battleship, and the faint roar of a beast could be heard. By the time everyone regained their senses, Lu Yi had already sheathed his saber. Not far in front of him, Yi Hua, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago, was lying on the ground, a pool of blood flowing from his body. His eyes were wide open, and his vitality had dissipated. The group of pirates who had been following Yi Hua just now felt their bodies turn cold. They had listened to Yi Hua's nonsense and followed him, but it was only now that they realized that their chief strength was actually terrifying to such an extent. Even though Yi Hua had only recently advanced to the late stage of the Moon Jade realm, he was still a late-stage Moon Jade realm cultivator, yet he was still killed by their chief with a single saber strike. On the other side, Qin Ru and her daughter were extremely pale. They stared blankly at Lu Yi, as if they were looking at an insurmountable mountain. Their hearts were filled with despair. Lu Yi looked over, and the mother and daughter couldn't help but shiver. They realized that what awaited them would be a humiliation that was 1,000 times crueler than before. Gritting her teeth, Qin Ru raised her sword and charged at Lu Yi, yelling, "I'll kill you!" A buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and the battleship shook violently. Everyone lost their footing, and Qin Ru, who had charged over with her sword, also fell to the ground. An anxious voice rang out, "Chief, the Thunder Light is attacking us." Lu Yi turned his head and saw that the Thunder Light fleet, which had been in an offensive posture before, was no longer hiding their fangs and brazenly attacking the Nine Heavens pirate gang's battleship. During the chase, the Nine Heavens pirate gang had ignored the Thunder Light fleet's orders, which had long since infuriated them. Now that the situation was set, as long as they eliminated the Black Cloud fleet, it would be time to divide the spoils. One less pirate gang was nothing, and they could even divide more spoils. Naturally, the Thunderlight fleet would not show any mercy. End of chapter. Chapter 1900. Lei Guang's sudden attack had undoubtedly caught the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang off guard. The Star Pirates on this side did not expect the other party to be so ruthless. Outside the battleship, 2 Tiger Shark battleships had already been destroyed, and the cultivators on the battleships had also died. Now that the main warship of the pirate gang was under attack, and facing an opponent like Lei Guang, the Nine Heavens were completely powerless to resist. All the pirates were terrified. "Zi Shao!" Lu Yi shouted. "Here!" The third head, Zi Shao, immediately responded. "Take over the fleet and try to break out." How many of the pirates around him could survive was also related to the rewards he could get in the end. Simply put, as the head of the Nine Heavens pirate gang, he had the responsibility to protect the lives of the pirates under his command. The more pirates there were in the Nine Heavens, the greater the benefits he could get after completing this training. Lu Yi naturally did not want the pirate gang under his command to suffer too many casualties. "What about you, head?" Zi Xiao asked. Lu Yi looked in the direction of the main warship of the Lei Guang pirate gang with an indifferent expression. "Capture the ringleader." As he finished speaking, he rushed out of the warship and pounced straight at the main warship of the Lei Guang pirate gang. At this time, at the center of the main warship of the Lei Guang pirate gang, a cultivator with distinct edges and corners, as if he was carved out of stone, stood there casually with a fierce and ruthless expression on his face. It was the head of the Lei Guang pirate gang, Tianyan. Uniting the major pirate gangs to launch a surprise attack on the Black Cloud continent was his idea. Since the beginning of the plan, everything had been going smoothly. Now, it was finally time to reap the rewards. "Head, the Nine Heavens want to break out." Suddenly a voice sounded. Tianyan snorted coldly. "Break out? Kill them all. They don't listen to orders and still want to live? Dream on." "Head, someone from the Nine Heavens is rushing over here. From the looks of it, it seems to be their head, Lu Yi." Another person shouted, "Kill." Tianyan did not take the other party seriously at all. With his order, more than a dozen tiger shark warships immediately went to meet Lu Yi. However, a moment later, another voice rang out, accompanied by cries of alarm. "Chief, we can't stop them. The tiger sharks that attacked us were all wiped out." When Tianyan heard this, he was greatly shocked and hurriedly retracted his gaze from the main battlefield. Sure enough, he saw a silhouette in the distance, pouncing over to where he was like a startled swan. During this time, there were many tiger sharks on his side that wanted to intercept, but the other party either easily dodged or blew up the tiger sharks in one blow. Tianyan was slightly surprised. The strength of the tiger shark battleship was about the same as the physique of a cultivator who had just advanced to Yuyao. If Lu Yi could destroy the tiger shark battleship so easily, it was clear that he had some strength. Where did this ruthless person come from? According to the information he had, although the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang was not bad, Nine Heavens Burly should not be so strong. But the experience of the Azura field was just like this. This Starry Sky Supreme Treasure had gathered the shadows of countless monstrous geniuses since ancient times. Who knew when one would encounter one? Tianyan vaguely felt that this Lu Yi was most likely a cultivator from a certain era who had left a shadow here. Because if the other party had come to participate in the experience of this era, with his strength, Tianyan should have heard of him. This experience seemed to be a bit too simple. Although the process was still quite bumpy in terms of the overall intensity of the experience, it was obviously not right. It turned out that the problem lay with the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang. In that case, the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang was the biggest obstacle of this experience. Second head, stop him! Tianyan gave the order while he was pondering in his heart. The strength of this second head under his command was quite good. According to his judgment, even if he participated in the Yao battlefield, his second head could still rank in the top 1,000. Moreover, he was from the insect race, so his physique was extremely tough, not even inferior to his own. The second head obeyed the order and went straight to meet Lu Yi. A scene that made Tianyan feel even more shocked appeared. In his observation, his second head had inexplicably fallen into a disadvantageous position the moment he crossed swords with Lu Yeqing. Amidst the flickering of a blade light, the second head's valiant body was abruptly cut into pieces before turning into specks of fluorescent light and dissipating. The confrontation only lasted for 3 breaths of time, and Lu Yi did not even take a breath. The corners of Tianyan's eyes twitched, and he could not help but curse in his heart. Which era was this freak that left his shadow in the Azura battlefield? His strength was a little too excessive. Light suddenly flashed, and Tianyan clearly saw that as Lu Yi rushed forward, a huge saber shadow suddenly appeared. What was even more frightening was that the saber shadow actually became bigger and bigger as the distance closed. Compared to this huge saber shadow, Lu Ye's figure was as small as an ant, but he carried this huge saber shadow as if it was weightless. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the bodies and minds of all the space pirates, and Tianyan hurriedly shouted, "Defend!" Following his order, the defensive array of the Thunder Light battleship was pushed to the limit, and the entire battleship was enveloped in a hazy halo. The huge saber shadow was raised high, and at the end of the saber shadow was an almost imperceptible figure. Lu Ye's flesh and blood wriggled violently as he stared at the battleship in front of him. As his arm swung down, the huge saber shadow also slashed down. Giant blade chop. Over the years, when Lu Yi was running around and cultivating under the 10,000 elephant sea, he was either condensing his own precious blood or prying into the legacies left behind by the ancestors on the talent tree. He also spent some time in the Cyan Hall inside the Feng Blade. The saber technique inheritance he obtained from Ho was more than what he had obtained before. This giant blade chop was one of the inheritances from an ancestor called the Shining Moon Clan. However, according to the information Lu Yi obtained, this clan was originally a very small one, and it had been wiped out many years ago. Only the inheritances left behind by Ho left behind traces of this clan's existence. To deal with a battleship that had activated its defensive array, the giant blade chop was undoubtedly a very good method, and this attack also condensed half of Lu Ye's magic power. Compared to the saber chop, the power of this attack was not inferior in the slightest. However, the charging time was slightly longer, and it was not suitable for a battle between cultivators. On the contrary, it was more suitable for the current situation. Under this attack, the halo enveloping the battleship suddenly became much dimmer. The battleship trembled endlessly, and countless arrays collapsed at this moment. Under the impact of the huge force, the battleship was even sent flying horizontally for thousands of miles. Inside the battleship, many cultivators were swaying left and right, and Tianyan's eyelids were twitching violently. What made him feel relieved was that under this attack, the battleship's defensive array had withstood and was not broken. However, before he had time to rejoice, he saw Lu Ye's figure suddenly turn horizontally, and his saber pointed in the direction of the battleship. His figure spun rapidly, and with this rotation, flames began to spread out. In the blink of an eye, both man and saber turned into a fire dragon. How could Tianyan not know what Lu Yi wanted to do? He clearly wanted to strike while the iron was hot and break the battleship's defensive array. Having seen Lu Ye's terrifying strength with his own eyes, how could Tianyan let him do as he wished? With a surge of magic power, he immediately took over control of the battleship, intending to avoid the next attack. However, the main battleship was not small, and it was not so easy to control. Even if Tianyan tried his best, he still could not succeed. He could only watch as the fire dragon ruthlessly bombarded the battleship's defensive array. This inheritance was obtained from an ancestor of the Thunderclap clan, but what the ancestor of the Thunderclap clan used was the Thunder Dragon Drill, which was not the same as what Lu Yi was using now. This could not be helped. Lu Ye's magic power was of the fire element, and what he used was the Thunder Dragon Drill. Under this attack, the battleship's defensive array was finally broken. Lu Ye's momentum did not decrease, and he directly drilled through the main battleship with his saber. Only then did the flames recede, revealing his figure. Inside the dilapidated main battleship, there was a burst of wailing and howling. After the battleship's defensive array was broken, countless unlucky people were affected by the power of the Thunder Dragon Drill, either dying or being injured. Tianyan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. To single-handedly break through his main battleship's defensive array and almost cripple it, was this even something a human could do? Even the current top 2 on the Yao ranking couldn't do this, right? Which era was this monster from? If he had known the other party was so strong, he would not have ordered an attack on the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang. He would have invited them over and worshipped them. But it was too late to say anything now. Although he had already experienced the tyrannical power of the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang, Tian Yen did not shrink back. This was because he had spent a lot of time and energy on this training. If he shrank back like this, then all his previous investments would have been for naught. Moreover, he was certain that no matter how monstrous the other party was, after using those two secret techniques, he must have consumed a lot of energy. He might not necessarily be unable to fight. Almost without hesitation, Tian Yen rushed out of the battleship, and following his order, several Yu Yao from the Thunderclap clan also followed closely behind. Turning around, he immediately saw the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang. Tian Yen was overjoyed when he saw this scene, because this guy was actually swallowing a spirit pill at this moment. He had indeed consumed a lot of energy. Otherwise, he would not have swallowed a spirit pill at this time, and in such large quantities at that. He could fight. Tian Yan's heart surged with confidence. He immediately led the Yu Yao cultivators under his command to meet Lu Yi, not giving him any time to catch his breath. Lu Yi stood in place with a calm expression, chewing a spirit pill in his mouth. His cheeks bulged, and then he swallowed it whole. Under the power of the Talon Tree, the spirit pill's medicinal effects quickly took effect, and the transcendence energy he had consumed was clearly replenished. Staring at Tian Yen, Lu Yi recognized at a glance that he was from the Stone Clan, but he did not know if he was the Shadow. If the other party was the Shadow, then he would have no qualms about killing him, but if he was not, then he could not kill him. No matter what, he still had some friendship with the Stone Clan, and Bayan had also helped him a lot in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Even if it was only because of the different identities assigned to them during the training in the Azura field, it would still be somewhat unreasonable if he killed a member of the Stone Clan here. End of chapter. Chapter 1901. Beside the damaged battleship, Tian Yen led several of his Yu Yao subordinates and charged towards Lu Yi. As space pirates, they were all battle-hardened individuals. Naturally, they wouldn't foolishly charge at Lu Yi all at once. As they charged forward, they had already spread out, forming a semicircle around Lu Yi. The distance between them rapidly shrank. Some of the Yu Yao's silhouettes suddenly disappeared, and the might of arts and techniques began to blossom. Some cultivators even took out their transcendent artifacts and attacked Lu Yi. Even though Lu Yi had previously displayed extremely terrifying strength, the Thunderlight Sexu Yao didn't feel much fear. Suddenly, the might of arts and transcendent artifacts enveloped Lu Ye's silhouette, instantly drowning him. At this moment, Tian Yen suddenly cried out in alarm, "Careful!" When he turned his head to look, he saw that Lu Yi, who should have been in the distance, had somehow appeared beside one of their Yu Yao like a ghost. His pitch-black saber slashed horizontally, carrying not the slightest bit of killing intent or aura. The Yu Yao being targeted was the spell cultivator who had used the arts and techniques earlier. He had originally thought that he had succeeded, and had let his guard down. In the blink of an eye, that momentary lapse of concentration had turned into a fatal crisis. He hurriedly tried to retreat, but he discovered that it was too late. In his haste, he could only activate the might of his transcendent artifact to protect himself. Light suddenly erupted from his body. Immediately after, this light shattered, and his entire body stiffened as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression was one of terror. He had never imagined that the protective transcendent artifact he had placed such high hopes on wouldn't even be able to block a single attack from his opponent. Although the grade of his transcendent artifact wasn't very high, only 5-star, it was still a protective transcendent artifact. No matter what, it shouldn't have been broken so easily. He couldn't understand, and he couldn't think any further. This was because after his transcendent artifact was broken, another saber swiftly slashed down, directly splitting his body in half, after the mountain pan saber had been upgraded to a transcendent artifact. Aside from becoming sharper, it was especially effective against protective, transcendent artifacts. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Yi wielded a 7 or 8-star saber, he wouldn't be able to slice through his opponent's defenses with a single slash. However, the mountain pan saber could. No blood flowed out. The instant the Yu Yao's body was split open, this Yu Yao turned into specks of light and shattered. This undoubtedly meant that the other party was just a shadow, and it was unknown which era the cultivator was from. Almost as soon as Lu Yi succeeded, several attacks mercilessly bombarded him from all directions. These space pirates didn't care about the life or death of their companions when they attacked, which was a testament to their ferocity. On the contrary, from their point of view, if this round of joint attacks could kill both their companions and Lu Yi, they would have profited. Lu Yi drifted away, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared beside another Yu Yao. Tian Yan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He did not feel any heartache over the death of his subordinate Yu Yao. After all, he was not the true leader of the Thunderlight sect. This was merely his status as the leader of the Thunderlight sect. He did not have any actual relationship with Yu Yao. However, if too many of his subordinate Yu Yao died, it would not be beneficial to the development of his plan. It would also affect the rewards he would receive at the end of this training. "How dare you!" He roared furiously as he charged toward Lu Yi. He wanted to save Yu Yao, who had been targeted. However, how could he possibly make it in time? Just as he made his move, Yu Yao, who had been targeted by him, turned into fluorescent light and dissipated. After the first, there was a second. After the second, there was a third. To Tian Yan's dismay, the Yu Yao under his command could not even touch the corner of his enemy's clothes. He did not know what kind of secret technique this leader of the 9 heavens cultivated. He moved here and there like a ghost. There was no way to grasp any pattern to his movements. If this were all, it would have been fine. However, the key was that the saber in his hand possessed an extremely terrifying destructive power. Even the second leader under his command, who was ranked in the top 1,000 of the battle roll, could not last more than 3 breaths of time against him. How could the other Yu Yao be a match for him? The only one present who could fight against him was him. However, the other party did not exchange blows with him at all. All he did was jump about and annoy him. As a member of the Stone Tribe, his physique was strong enough. However, when it came to speed and agility, he was far inferior to the other party. He knew that if this continued, the Yu Yao under his command would probably all be slaughtered. Thus he made a prompt decision and roared, "All of you, retreat!" He was going to personally deal with this leader of the 9 heavens. The other party did not dare to exchange blows with him. It was obvious that he had sensed that he was not someone to be trifled with. The Yu Yao who had been lucky enough to survive had long been scared witless by Lu Ye's attacks. When they heard Tian Yan's command, how could they hesitate in the slightest? They all scattered like birds and beasts, fear lingering in their hearts. Even so, Lu Yi had still managed to kill one of them. Tian Yan had already charged over. His body, which looked like it had been carved out of stone, glowed with a bright light. His entire body swelled into a small giant, and a blazing light burst out from his eyes. He clenched his hand into a fist and shot it out fiercely. He roared furiously, "Die!" Lu Yi, who had just finished off one of the Yu Yao, suddenly turned around. Light flashed on the Pan Shan saber, and the divine edge spirit patterns had already been added to it. He swung the saber to meet that massive fist. In the instant that the fist and saber collided, the ferocious clash of powers turned into shock waves that could be seen with the naked eye. These shock waves spread out in all directions, enveloping a large part of the galaxy. The overwhelming fury in Tian Yan's eyes turned into astonishment. His massive figure was sent flying backward. His vision turned upside down, and his expression was one of bewilderment and helplessness. Even though he had already known that the paragon of the nine heavens was very strong before they had exchanged blows, it was only after they had actually exchanged blows that he discovered that the other party's strength was actually much stronger than he had imagined. The terrifying power that came with the slash of the saber actually made even him feel ashamed of his inferiority. This was the human race. There were only a few races in the galaxy that could compete with the stone tribe in physical strength at the same cultivation level. However, this definitely did not include the human race. What was with the terrifying power that the other party had suddenly released? What made Tian Yen even more shocked was that he had clearly sensed that, as the other party's saber slashed down, a crack had actually appeared on his fist. This was a very inconceivable thing, because in terms of the toughness of their physiques, the Stone Tribe could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire galaxy. A powerful physique had always been the foundation of their existence, and it was also the natural advantage of this race. Even compared to transcendent treasures of the same level, their physique was superior. Yet now, it had actually been broken by a single slash of the saber. At first, he had thought that the paragon of the 9 heavens had been avoiding him all this time because he was apprehensive of his strength. Now, after exchanging blows, he finally realized that this was not the case at all. On the other side, Lu Ye's figure immediately stabilized after sliding for a dozen or so miles. It had to be said that the strength of a late-stage Yu Yao Stone tribe member was indeed a little ridiculously strong. If it were not for the fact that he had reached the pinnacle of the constellation tier and had grown tremendously after reaching the Yu Yao Stone tribe, he might not have been the other party's match in a clash of pure strength. Without any pause, Lu Yi dragged his saber and charged forward. Tian Yen had just managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty when he sensed an extremely ferocious aura swiftly rushing toward him. He roared furiously, his expression filled with defiance as he brazenly charged toward Lu Yi. I definitely didn't perform well just now. The two figures, one large and one small, clashed together. Fists bombarded the void. Saber light bloomed wantonly, and magic power clashed endlessly. After a short while, Tian Yen turned around and fled. I can't fight. This paragon of the 9 heavens was too nimble, and he was always a beat slower. The other party's strength was even stronger than his, and his magic power seemed to be even purer and surging. What made him feel the most despair was the saber in the other party's hand. It was terrifyingly sharp, and his physique, which he had tempered all his life, was actually unable to block each slash. In this short period of time, Tian Yan's whole body was covered in wounds. Moreover, he could clearly feel that there was actually a strange power lingering in these wounds, preventing them from healing. For the time being, he still had the power to protect himself, but he was sure that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. While he still had some strength left, he naturally had to run as far as he could. As for the reward for this experiential training, he was about to lose his life, so what reward would he need? This was not the first time he had failed in this experiential training, and Tian Yen had long since become accustomed to it. He naturally knew when to make a choice. What made him feel fortunate was that the paragon of the 9 heavens had no intention of hunting him down. He only watched as he fled into the depths of the galaxy. However, he felt so sullen. He was clearly only one step away from success. Lu Yi of the 9 heavens, Tian Yen imprinted this name deeply into his mind, because there was no telling when he would encounter this figure again in future experiential training. At that time, he definitely could not become enemies with the other party. The paragon had fled. Yu Yao had suffered heavy casualties. The Thunder Light pirate gang instantly panicked. Originally, when Lu Yi was fighting with Tian Yen and the other Yu Yao pirates, the Thunder Light pirate gang was still chasing after the 9 heavens pirate gang aggressively. However, with Lu Ye's return, the Thunder Light pirate gang also scattered. Lu Yi returned to his main battleship. In the fierce battle just now, this main battleship had been beaten to a pulp, and many of the Tiger Shark battleships under his command had also suffered heavy losses. Paragon, Zi Xiao led a group of pirates over to greet Lu Yi, a look of worship on his face. Although they had been fleeing just now, they had also witnessed their paragon's invincibility with their own eyes. For these pirates, who were constantly on the brink of death, having such a paragon watching over them was undoubtedly a stabilizing force that made them feel at ease. "How are the casualties?" Lu Yi asked. Zi Xiao hurriedly replied, "We've lost about 30% of our men." And this was because Lu Ye's side had dealt with them quickly enough. Otherwise, the casualties would definitely have been much higher. Lu Yi nodded. 30% was still within the acceptable range. "What should we do next?" Zi Xiao asked. The various changes, just now, were truly unexpected. The Nine Heavens pirate gang had originally cooperated with the Thunder Light pirate gang to hunt down the Black Cloud fleet. In the end, their paragon had beaten the Thunder Light pirate gang to a pulp and even chased them away. This was somewhat comical, but from Zi Xiao's point of view, this matter could not be blamed on the paragon. After all, the Thunder Light pirate gang was the one who attacked first. How could the paragon not retaliate when he was so strong? Who would have thought that the Thunder Light pirate gang would be so weak and would be chased away by the paragon in just a few moves? He had followed the paragon for so many years, but he really did not know that his paragon's strength was so impressive. Lu Yi turned to look at the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield was very clear. Under the coordination of the Thunder Light pirate gang, the various pirate gangs had already gained the absolute upper hand against the Black Cloud fleet. At this moment, the fleeing Black Cloud fleet had also been surrounded by the pirate gangs, and there was nowhere for them to run. End of chapter. Chapter 1902. Even if Lei Guang, who was in charge of the coordination, was gone, and all the pirate gangs were in a state of disunity, the chances of Black Cloud turning the tables were not high. If he did not do anything, He Yin would definitely be killed here. Therefore, Lu Yi only thought for a moment before saying, "Join the battle with me and escort Black Cloud away." Zi Xiao was shocked. Huh. The many pirates behind him also looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. Huge questions popped up in their minds. Aren't we pirates? Escort Black Cloud away. What does this mean? However, in the next moment, Zi Xiao revealed a look of understanding. He looked at Lu Yi with even more admiration. "I understand. We swear to follow you to death." A group of pirates also shouted, "We swear to follow you to death." Where could they find such a powerful leader? Therefore, no matter what incomprehensible decision the leader made, they would not have any disobedience. Lu Yi could not help but look at Zi Xiao. "What do you understand?" Zi Xiao said excitedly, "Doesn't the leader want to take all the benefits for himself? Let's escort Black Cloud away first, and then—" He raised his hand and made a gesture of raising his hand and slashing down. This was undoubtedly the thinking of an experienced pirate. With so many pirate gangs working together, even if they took down Black Cloud, how much benefit could they get? However, if they took all the benefits for themselves, it would be different. They would definitely be able to eat until they were fat. As expected of the leader, he was bold with his skills. Lu Ye's eyes flashed, but he did not explain. Of course, he did not want to take all the benefits for himself. Indeed, in this training scenario, the mission given to him by the Sharaba was to work together with the other pirate gangs to hunt down the Black Cloud fleet and kill all the cultivators of Black Cloud. Such an experience was indeed not difficult for him. Looking at all the things that he had experienced before, the biggest difficulty was the trick that his second leader had conspired with Qin Ru and her mother. If he did not have the talent tree, he might have fallen into their trap. This was also in line with the information he learned from Chen Xianhai. Cultivators for the first time would not encounter missions that were too difficult. However, even if it was just a training, Lu Yi was not willing to commit crimes. Along the way, he had been thinking about what to do, until Lei Guang attacked first, and he counterattacked. Now that he had driven Lei Guang away and killed many pirates, he might as well go all the way. Punishing evil eliminating the strong and helping the weak. It was the duty of cultivators. As for the second leader's misunderstanding, let him be. It would not affect anything. The Nine Heavens pirate gang, who had been watching for a long time, finally joined the battlefield. Tiger sharks surrounded the main battleship, and they headed toward the battlefield. The Black Cloud Fleet was besiegement and had no time to pay attention to other things. Black Cloud, of course, Black Cloud Fleet. The Cloud, fleet. Black Cloud of Heaven, Black Cloud of Hell, Black Cloud was fleet, black, ye black of Black Fleet. This made it extremely easy for Jiutian to enter. This was because the Star Pirates did not treat Jiutian as an outsider at all. They took the initiative to open up a gap in the encirclement, allowing Jiutian's battleship to enter successfully. Without any warning, the battleships of the Nine Heavens pirate gang launched fierce attacks in all directions. Caught off guard, the battleships of the Nine Heavens pirate gang in the vicinity were hit one after another. Lu Yi took the lead, leading his own pirate gang to charge forward. Wherever they passed, they destroyed everything in their way, tearing a huge hole in the chaotic battlefield. At the center of the encirclement, on the deck of a huge battleship, a charming woman stood on the side of the ship, looking at the battle situation around her worriedly. She felt that she was really unlucky. She was only at the Constellation Realm, but she was thrown into such a training scene. Furthermore, she was the successor of the Black Cloud sect. The mission requirement for this training was to seek refuge in a nearby star system under the escort of the Black Cloud sect cultivators. Normally, the training in the Azura field would be based on the level of cultivation. She was at the Constellation Realm, so logically speaking, the scene she entered should be able to deal with. She had also heard that some unlucky people would be thrown into some scenes that they could not deal with. But she had never thought that she would become such an unlucky person one day, because the probability of such a thing happening was really too low. Looking at this huge battlefield, what could she, a Constellation Realm cultivator, do? She could only stay here in a daze, unable to control her own fate. She was flustered and uneasy. Since the beginning of the escape, the Black Cloud Fleet's strength had been weakened bit by bit. At this moment, they were even surrounded here, unable to move forward. The pirate gangs were like sharks that smelled blood, pouncing over from all directions, making her feel depressed. Even so, she was still looking for that glimmer of light, because she knew that the Azura field would not arrange a death trap for her. The various scenes in the Azura field were for training. If it was a death trap, then the essence of the training would be lost. She still had some expectations. Perhaps the cultivators from the neighboring star systems would receive the news and come to her rescue. Or perhaps the Black Cloud sect master's secret instructions to her before his death would be verified. Her identity for this training was the successor of the Black Cloud sect. The deceased Black Cloud sect master was her father in name. A father's earnest instructions to his daughter before his death were naturally trustworthy and something to look forward to. But she had never seen that glimmer of light. At this moment, there was suddenly an abnormal movement in the noisy battlefield. She hurriedly turned her head to look in that direction. Unfortunately, because she was not strong enough and the battlefield was too chaotic, she could not see too clearly. She could only ask, "Elderlon, what's going on over there?" Behind her, a valiant and formidable-looking woman with a half-mask covering half of her face stood with a sword in her hand. She was the Elderlon that the charming woman had spoken of, and was also the second strongest expert of the Black Cloud continent. Since the beginning of their escape, she had been guarding the charming woman's side. Elderlon also noticed the movement over there at this moment. She took a look and frowned. "I don't know why there's an internal conflict in the pirate gangs. One of the pirate gangs is attacking their companions and is approaching us." The charming woman's beautiful eyes lit up. "Which pirate gang?" Elderlon looked again and said, "It seems to be the Nine Heavens pirate gang." The main battleship of the Nine Heavens pirate gang had the words 9 Heavens engraved on it. She naturally recognized it. 9 Heavens. The charming woman only felt that the name was familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. She did not have time to think about it, and hurriedly said, "Let them come over." Elder Lon was stunned. "Young sect master, they are pirates." The destruction of the Black Cloud and the endless escape were caused by this group of pirates. Elder Lon hated these guys to the core. Why would she take the initiative to let them come close? The charming woman pondered for a moment. Her telepathic thoughts surged, and she quietly said something to Elder Lon. Elder Lon's eyes could not help but widen. She looked at the charming woman in shock. "Xiao Rao, this is not a joke." The charming woman said, "Father told me this personally before he died. Why would I joke about it? Elder Lon, this is the only chance we have to get out of this predicament." The glimmer of light she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Sure enough, the trial in the Azura field was not a hopeless situation. Elder Lon nodded after hearing that these were the last words of the old sect master. She took out a sound talisman and passed down the order. In the direction of the 9 Heavens pirate gang, Lu Yi killed his way over. He originally thought that it would be difficult to approach the Black Cloud fleet. But who would have thought that as the 9 Heavens approached, the Black Cloud fleet would take the initiative to accept them? This puzzled him. He did not know what the Black Cloud fleet was thinking. But no matter what, this was a good thing for him. Suddenly, his body continued to move forward until he saw a huge battleship. His body flashed, and he rushed toward it. Since he wanted to cooperate with the Black Cloud fleet and escort them out of the encirclement, Lu Yi naturally had to make his stance clear to the people in charge here. The fact that he had taken the initiative to kill the pirates just now was a demonstration of his sincerity. The Black Cloud fleet should have sensed his intentions. Otherwise, they would not have taken the initiative to accept him. Lu Yi landed on the spacious deck. He immediately sensed several Yu Yao auras and telepathic thoughts locking onto him. He glanced around and saw a woman wearing a half mask and holding a sword. Her aura was very strong. She was undoubtedly at the late stage of Yu Yao. This female sword cultivator had a cautious look on her face. Although she had not personally exchanged blows with Lu Yi, she knew that Lu Yi's strength was definitely not inferior to hers from how invincible Lu Yi had been. Their eyes met, and Lu Yi nodded slightly. Just as he was about to ask her about her identity, he heard someone behind the female sword cultivator make a sound of surprise. Lu Yi looked over, and when he saw the charming face, he could not help but be stunned. This was because he realized that he recognized this woman. Moreover, he had cooperated with her in the past. It was just that so many years had passed, and they had not interacted with each other. Who would have thought that they would meet here? This was truly fate. Compared to the past, this woman had not changed much. It was just that her cultivation had increased significantly. If they were outside, the two of them would naturally recognize each other immediately. However, this was the Azura arena, so it was better for them not to do things that did not suit their current identities. Thus, Lu Yi only nodded slightly at the other party and said indifferently, "Lu Yi of the 9 Heavens, who can make the decision?" The charming woman walked out from behind Elder Lon with a smile on her face. "Young sect master of the Black Cloud fleet, Yu Yaorao." "Young sect master, be careful." Elder Lon still maintained her vigilance and raised her hand to stop Yu Yaorao. However, Yu Yaorao shook her head slowly, and her face was full of confidence. "It's okay. He won't hurt me." Elder Lan's eyes flickered. She recalled the words that Yu Yaorao had transmitted to her just now, and she already understood. Lu Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he saw Yu Yaorao, he had already guessed that she was really the successor of the Black Cloud fleet. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had abandoned the darkness and joined the light. Otherwise, when he finally saw Yu Yaorao, should he attack or not? Attacking was out of the question. They knew each other, and Yu Yaorao had helped him a lot at the reincarnation tree. However, if he did not attack, it would mean that all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Now, There was no need to worry about this. End of chapter. Chapter 1903. On the deck of Black Cloud's main battleship, Yu Yaorao bowed to Lu Yi and said, "Xiaorao greets second uncle." Lu Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what she meant by calling him second uncle, but when he saw Yu Yaorao winking at him, he immediately understood that Yu Yaorao was giving him an identity that matched his actions just now. He thought for a moment and said, "It has been many years since we last met. Xiaorao has also grown up." Then he changed the topic and said, "Let's not talk too much. I will escort you to break out of the encirclement first." Yu Yaorao hurriedly asked, "Second uncle, what are you going to do?" Lu Yi turned his head and looked ahead. "I will lead the way. You all follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up and charged towards the battleships of the pirate group in that direction. Yu Yaorao was shocked and hurriedly ordered, "Follow him." At the same time, she looked at Lu Yi with worry. When they first met, both of them were only divine Sea Realm cultivators. At that time, her cultivation was even higher than Lu Ye's by a small realm. But now, she was only a star constellation cultivator, while Lu Yi was already Yao. There was a gap of a whole realm between them. Yu Yaorao had no idea how Lu Yi cultivated and how his cultivation had increased so much. However, having high cultivation was one thing, and having the corresponding strength was another. Although the pirate group looked like a mass of loose sand, there were too many of them. If one didn't have enough strength to charge in alone, one would definitely not have a good end. While she was on tenterhooks, a shocking scene appeared before her eyes. As the saber light flashed, the tiger shark warships in front of it were blasted apart without being able to put up any resistance, turning into balls of brilliant flames. In just a dozen breaths of time, the originally impenetrable encirclement was cleared out and a smooth passage was created. The Black Cloud fleet immediately moved forward along this passage. Seeing that the Black Cloud fleet showed signs of escaping, the attacks of the pirate groups gathered around became more and more fierce. Colorful lights attacked from all directions. This huge battlefield was like a firework feast. Under the gorgeous scenery, the aura of countless lives was annihilated. The cultivators on Black Cloud's side were undoubtedly extremely loyal. Countless cultivators were riding tiger sharks or small warships, surrounding and protecting the main warship where Yu Yaorao was. While they were doing their best to resist the attacks of the pirate groups, they were also using themselves as the main warship's protection. The Nine Heavens space pirate gang that came with Lu Yi joined them, too. Zi Xiao, the third head of the gang, was greatly alarmed and uneasy. Although he admired his boss's decision to keep all the treasures to himself, he did not realize that it was not an easy task to achieve his goal until he reached this step. Originally, they were supposed to be part of the pirate gang, but now they had become the target of attack. The reversal of their positions was really thorough. All of a sudden, a battleship appeared in front of Lu Yi. It was unknown which pirate gang it belonged to. Seeing Lu Yi charging forward, the arrays on the battleship buzzed, and beams of light converged into powerful attacks that blasted towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi was able to easily evade the attacks. Although the attacks from the warships were formidable, they required a certain amount of time to charge up. Thus, they were not suitable for dealing with cultivators, as they could be easily evaded. A huge blade shadow was brought out again. Lu Ye's imposing aura and blade shadow soared the same time as he charged forward, and soon after he slashed at the battleship. Compared to the Thunderlight Sect's main battleship, the grade of the battleship was undoubtedly inferior. In addition, the pirate gang failed to adjust their defenses in time. Thus, the attack directly cut the huge battleship in two, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. It was unknown how many pirates died under this attack, and the rest fled in panic. Yu Yaorao watched this scene from afar, her heart surging. She could not help but recall that, in the Alpha Origin stage, Lu Yi also seemed to be invincible. Therefore, even if she did not obtain the qualifications to be ranked in the top 100 at that time, It was because of Lu Ye's protection that she was able to safely wait until the end. In the end, she obtained a spirit light from the Alpha Origin stage and was promoted to a constellation mansion. After so many years, a sense of security once again lingered in her heart. It was as if as long as this man stood in front of her, all her worries and worries would vanish. Amazing! Beside her, Elder Lon could not help but praise. Yu Yaorao asked, "How is Elder Lon compared to second uncle?" Elder Lon shook her head. "I'm far inferior to him." Yu Yaorao's red lips curled up slightly. She knew that Elder Lon was a proud and arrogant person. As a sword cultivator and the strongest person in the Black Cloud sect, an ordinary Yu Yao would not be able to compare to her. However, Lu Yi could actually make her admit that she was far inferior. As this thought flashed through her mind, several figures suddenly pounced towards Lu Yi from all directions. Yu Yaorao could not help but send a voice transmission, "Be careful!" She could tell that those figures were all Yu Yao. Although Lu Yi had already displayed terrifying individual strength, destroying numerous tiger sharks and a main battleship, these Yu Yao had grasped the opportunity to attack with great precision. They clearly felt that Lu Yi had consumed a lot of energy after destroying the main battleship. So if they did not act now, when would they? "I'll go help him," Elder Lon said anxiously. The long sword in his hand let out a clear sword hum, and he charged into the battlefield in front of him with sword light. However, before she could reach the battlefield, Lu Yi had already raised his saber and cut down the fiercest Yu Yao closest to him like he was slaughtering a chicken. If that was all, it would be fine. More importantly, the one he had killed was a late-stage Yu Yao. The Yu Yao had sensed that something was amiss and had put up a defensive barrier in time, but it was as fragile as paper. Elder Lon could not help but narrow her eyes as she secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, this person was a member of Black Cloud. If he was really a space pirate, Black Cloud would have been doomed. After killing one, Lu Yi immediately charged towards the second Yu Yao. Seeing that Lu Yi was still as ferocious as ever, the Yu Yao did not dare to approach and hurriedly turned around to flee. However, he did not expect that Elder Lon would appear and block his path. Seeing this, Lu Yi immediately changed targets. 10 breaths later, all the Yu Yao who had attacked him had either died or fled. The situation was clear. One could not blame the Yu Yao for being so cowardly. Their companions had simply died too quickly. If any one of the Yu Yao had been able to stall Lu Yi for a while, they would have been able to see some hope of victory. However, even a late-stage Yu Yao could not withstand 3 of Lu Ye's saber strikes. Who else would dare to be impudent? Space pirates were a group of people who sought benefits the most and avoided harm the most. They would never do anything without benefits. When there were benefits, they would rush forward, but when there was danger, they would run away faster than anyone else. If Lei Guang was still here, then under Lei Guang's overall command, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the joint forces of the pirate gangs. However, Lei Guang had already been killed by Lu Yi, and even the leader of Lei Guang had fled. Although there were many space pirate gangs, it was difficult for them to accomplish anything when they were all in a state of disunity. The tight encirclement had been completely broken through. When the battered Black Cloud fleet escaped through the gap, it meant that this chase had come to an end. The Black Cloud fleet gradually disappeared into the distance. Space pirate gangs of all sizes gathered together, with Lu Yi standing in the middle. He alone blocked the starry sky, but not a single space pirate dared to be impudent. That pitch-black long blade was like a bottomless black hole. In this battle, it was unknown how many space pirates had been killed. Only when the space pirate gangs that were unwilling but unable to do anything dispersed did Lu Yi turn around and chase in the direction of the Black Cloud fleet. When he caught up with the fleeing Black Cloud fleet, he strangely discovered that the size of the entire fleet had become a lot larger. There were obviously many new warships in the fleet. On the Black Cloud fleet's main warship, Yu Yaorao was waving at him. Lu Yi rushed up and discovered that there were some unfamiliar faces here. At this moment, they were sizing him up. Yu Yaorao knew that he was puzzled, so she took the initiative to explain. Only then did Lu Yi know that the neighboring galaxy had sent a fleet and cultivators to pick them up. However, due to the long distance, they had arrived a little late. They had only arrived after the fierce battle had ended. Under Yu Yaorao's introduction, they greeted each other. It could be seen that Yu Yaorao was very happy because, at this point in experiential learning, her mission was basically over. This trip was daunting, but not dangerous. Moreover, participating in this kind of experiential learning with the body of a constellation, the reward she obtained would not be too bad. After chatting for a while, Lu Yi bid farewell and left. His identity here was the leader of the space pirates, so it was naturally inappropriate for him to follow them to the neighboring galaxy. The few Yu Yao who had rushed over were looking at him with an expression full of fear. Obviously, they had heard of his previous astonishing achievements. After bidding farewell to Yu Yaorao, Lu Yi leaped up and left. The Nine Heavens space pirate gang's warship was waiting in the distance. "Second, uncle." Yu Yaorao's voice came from behind. Lu Yi turned around and saw her hurriedly flying over. Lu Yi stood still. When she got close, Yu Yaorao suddenly flipped her hand and an object appeared in her hand. Lu Yi looked at it and recognized at a glance that it was the treasure he saw when he entered the experiential learning. It was a spherical object that was green all over. The destruction of the Black Cloud fleet was caused by it. His experiential learning mission this time was to seize this treasure and then kill all the cultivators of the Black Cloud fleet. Take a look and see if this is a real treasure. Yu Yaorao handed it over. According to the information I received, this treasure is related to the secret of a cultivator's breakthrough to sunshine. It was precisely because of this that it attracted the covetous eyes of so many space pirates. Ordinary treasures would not bring such a disaster to the Black Cloud fleet. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. He picked up the sphere and tried to pour his magic power into it, but there was no reaction. He probed with his divine sense, but he did not detect anything. He shook his head and said it shouldn't be. Some of the treasures that appeared in the experiential learning mission were real, which meant that they could be taken out and used, but some are fake. For example, this sphere was just a prop in this experiential learning mission. On the surface, it hid the secret of the breakthrough to sunshine, but in fact it was nothing. That's a pity. Yu Yaorao felt somewhat regretful. If this treasure really hid the secret of the breakthrough to sunshine, then its value would be unlimited, especially since Lu Yi happened to be at the late stage of Yu Yao. This treasure should be useful to him. Chapter 1904. Lu Yi handed the so-called treasure back to Yu Yaorao, but she pursed her lips and smiled. "I'll give it to you." No matter whether this thing was a real treasure or not, giving it to Lu Yi would affect her final reward because this was one of her tasks for this experiential learning, and she had to take this treasure away. However, if it wasn't for Lu Yi, she might have lost her life. Now, it was thanks to Lu Yi that she could complete the experiential learning, so it didn't matter if she gave it away. Lu Yi didn't refuse. Immediately, the two exchanged the Azura token's imprint, and Yu Yaorao winked at him playfully. "Second uncle, see you later." She turned around and left. Lu Yi watched her leave. Soon, the Black Cloud fleet that had reorganized set off into the distance until it disappeared at the end of his field of vision. Lu Yi was about to return to the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang when he suddenly found that he couldn't move, as if there was an invisible force imprisoning him. He didn't panic because he roughly knew what had happened. The surrounding scenery suddenly shattered, and then the world collapsed. Dots of fluorescent light gathered from all directions and then poured into his Azura token. His field of vision suddenly became clear. When Lu Yi came back to his senses, he was no longer in the vast starry sky. The rich aura of the domain enveloped him, and there were traces of cultivators suddenly appearing and disappearing around him. The first experiential learning was over, and he returned to the heavenly Azura realm. Looking around and using the Azura token to perceive the location of his cave, Lu Yi found that he had returned to the same place where he entered the experiential learning, and there seemed to be no change. But the next moment, Lu Yi revealed a look of surprise and looked down at his right hand, because he found that he had brought back something, and it was the treasure that Yu Yaorao gave him in the end. Was this really a treasure? Lu Yi was stunned. When he received this treasure, he clearly checked it carefully, but he didn't find anything, so he naturally thought that this thing was just a prop in that experiential learning. If that was the case, then it was impossible for him to bring this treasure out of the experiential learning. But in the end, because this treasure was in his hands, he would be given more Azura seals as a reward. Since he could bring it out, it meant that this thing wasn't a useless prop, it was really a treasure. Lu Yi was amazed. Could it be this treasure was really related to the secret of Cultivator's promotion? Lu Yi carefully examined it again, but still found nothing. Lu Yi wanted to put it into his storage ring, but found that he couldn't. This made him extremely surprised. There were 3 possibilities for things that could not be stored in a storage ring. One was that the object was too large and exceeded the storage ring's capacity. The second possibility was that the object had its own internal space, which conflicted with the storage ring's space. Living creatures of flesh and blood. This ball-like object wasn't big, so it naturally didn't exceed the storage ring's capacity. This ball-like object wasn't alive either, so there was only one explanation. The interior of this object had a space of its own. This was beyond Lu Ye's expectations. Lu Yi didn't examine it carefully. Instead, he returned to his cave and took out the Azura token. Now that the experiential training was over, he naturally had to be concerned about his harvest. After all, the main purpose of coming to the Azura arena was to earn Azura seals. Tempering himself was just a side benefit. After checking, Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. The harvest from this trip had exceeded his expectations. Right now, there are more than 150,000 Azura seals stored in the Azura token. Among them, 10,000 Azura seals were exchanged for by him using spirit jades. In other words, he had obtained more than 140,000 Azura seals during this experiential training. Calculating the time, it seemed that he had used less than 20 days. When cultivators participated in the experiential training, they would be rewarded with the most basic Azura seals for every day they stayed in the experiential training scene. This was information that all cultivators knew. Yu Yao's level was 2,000 Azura seals. In other words, as long as Lu Yi entered the experiential training scene, no matter what he did, even if he hid and didn't participate in any disputes, he would still be able to obtain 2,000 Azura seals a day. Of course, there was a reason for doing so. There was a great risk that it would attract the attention of the Azura arena. Who knew when some danger would suddenly descend? The constellations seemed to be 800, and the sunshine seemed to be 5,000. The basic reward for 20 days was 40,000 Azura seals. The extra was undoubtedly the reward given by the Azura arena based on Lu Ye's various performances this time. Not bad. Lu Yi was still very satisfied with this harvest. In his expectations, his harvest would be much lower than this number. After all, he didn't follow the instructions of the Azura arena this time. Instead, he followed his own instructions. It was his nature. He vaguely guessed that Yu Yaorao had given him that treasure at the last moment, which had greatly increased his harvest. This was because one of his missions was to seize this treasure. No matter how it came about, it was at the last moment. It was in his hands. No wonder cultivators flocked to the Azura arena like a flock of ducks. Earning 140,000 Azura seals in 20 days was equivalent to 1/4,000,000 spirit jades. In other places, which cultivator could earn spirit jades with such a high efficiency? Of course, the Azura arena's experiential training was also very risky. It wasn't strange to have such a harvest. Not to mention Yu Yao. Even if sunshine came here, he would have to be mentally prepared to die. 150,000 Azura seals wasn't a small amount, but compared to the resources he wanted to exchange for, it was nothing. In the Azura treasury, the cheapest Bodhi fruit was close to 230,000 Azura seals. The white moon crystals he had refined before were as high as 1,000,000. The Azura token suddenly vibrated. Lu Yi checked it and found that Yu Yaorao had sent a message, asking about the location of his cave. Lu Yi told her the truth. In less than half an hour, the Azura token vibrated again. After checking it, he found that it was Yu Yaorao again, and there were only 2 simple words. "Open the door." Lu Yi opened the door to his cave. Sure enough, he saw Yu Yaorao standing outside with a smile like a flower. Her charming face, coupled with her voluptuous figure, was really a feast for the eyes. "How did you get here so quickly?" Lu Yi was stunned. The heavenly Azura realm was very big, but Yu Yaorao had only spent half an hour to get here. It was really puzzling. Yu Yaorao said, "My cave is not far away." Lu Yi understood. "Second uncle, you won't let me in." Yu Yaorao blinked at him. "Don't be naughty." While speaking, Lu Yi took out the Azura command and shot a profound light at Yu Yaorao. This call of second uncle made him seem older by many years. Moreover, he dared to say that Yu Yaorao was definitely older than him. Yu Yaorao giggled, clasped her hands behind her back, and skipped into the cave. She looked around and said, "Your cave is too shabby. You don't even know how to take care of it." Lu Yi didn't reply. Gu Yi had told him that the cave could be expanded, but before that he had to ask for permission from the Azura field. Moreover, he had to pay a certain amount of Azura seals. Lu Yi didn't have the mood to do this. After all, this was just a temporary shelter for him. It was enough for him to have a stable environment. There were only a few simple pieces of furniture in the cave. They were all brought by Lu Yi himself. Yu Yaorao casually found a seat and sat down. The small cave was suddenly filled with a delicate fragrance, which made people intoxicated. Lu Yi thought for a moment. She was a guest, so he took out a tea set and started to cook. Then he chatted with Yu Yaorao. Lu Yi found it strange that she was in the Azura field. After asking, he learned that the 9 Mysteries galaxy, where Yu Yaorao came from, was similar to the Rainflower galaxy, where Guei came from. They were both neighbors of the Azura star field. Therefore, when the cultivators of the 9 Mysteries galaxy reached a certain level of cultivation, they would come to the Azura field to train. They had a unique advantage in this aspect. It could be said that whether it was the Rainflower galaxy or the 9 Mysteries galaxy, the cultivators might not have been to the 10,000 Elephant Sea, but it was impossible for them not to have entered the Azura field. Yu Yaorao had obtained the Alpha Origin Spirit Light back then and used it to ascend to the constellation realm. Her future was limitless, so the 9 Mysteries galaxy naturally nurtured her with all kinds of cultivation resources. Her cultivation had also rapidly improved. She had come to the Azura field when she was at the mid-constellation realm. Compared to Lu Yi, who was a newcomer, she had spent a much longer time here. During this period, she had encountered many dangers, but they were all averted in the end. This time, it was the most thrilling because she had been thrown into the Yu Yao's training ground. She could only be a spectator during the training, unable to control her own orders. Yu Yaorao's face was filled with lingering fear when she talked about her experience. She held the teacup with both hands and said, "Fortunately, you came out at the critical moment. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have suffered a calamity this time." Speaking of this, she suddenly became somewhat angry. She then looked at Lu Yi and said, "I've been waiting for you. You took action too late." Lu Yi blinked. "You were waiting for me? You knew I was in the same training ground as you?" Yu Yaorao sneered. "I didn't know you were my second uncle until you suddenly came out." Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment before he vaguely understood. "So, you didn't call me second uncle casually? You really do have a second uncle?" Yu Yaorao stared blankly at Lu Yi. "Aren't you from Black Cloud?" Lu Yi said, I'm the head of the Nine Heavens Star Pirate Gang." Their eyes met for a while, and Yu Yaorao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then where's my second uncle?" How would Lu Yi know where his second uncle was? But it was only now that he understood that Yu Yaorao didn't call him second uncle casually. There really was such a person. He came from the Black Cloud continent and hid in a certain star pirate gang, waiting for an opportunity to act. In the end, he didn't show up because there was no need to show up. The reason why Yu Yaorao was waiting for her second uncle was because the old sect master of Black Cloud sect had secretly told her before he died that there was someone on her side in the Star Pirate Gang. This was her only chance of survival. In fact, there was a token between the two of them that could prove the true identity of her second uncle. But after Yu Yaorao saw Lu Yi, she naturally recognized him as her second uncle and didn't take out the token. Lu Yi was quite surprised when he learned about all this. On one hand, he followed his heart, and on the other hand, he took advantage of the situation after counterattacking Lei Guang, but he didn't expect to make such a mistake. But in any case, the result was good. Chapter 1905. Less than half a day later, Yu Yaorao left. Before leaving, she told Lu Yi the approximate location of her cave residence and asked him to remember to look for her when he had time. Lu Yi readily agreed. After sending Yu Yaorao away, Lu Yi calculated the time. It seemed that there were only about 10 days before the settlement of the battle list. Such a small amount of time shouldn't be enough for him to participate in another experiential learning, unless it was the simplest kind of fighting scene. Additionally, there was another rule in the Azura arena. After a training session, cultivators would not be able to participate in another training session for a short period of time. This period of time could be long or short. As for when they could start again, cultivators would be able to sense it through their Azura command. Since he couldn't participate in the experiential learning, Lu Yi just wanted to challenge the Yu Yao battlefield. Now that he was ranked 7th, he naturally couldn't be satisfied. His goal was the first place of the Yu Yao battle list. However, before he challenged, he still contacted Walnut first. After all, he had an agreement with her. Every time he participated in a battle in the battle list, she would place a bet on him and then reap the benefits. Half of the benefits would belong to him. Not long after the message was sent, he received a response. "You want a challenge now? Can you wait for 2 days? My experiential learning here is almost finished. Can you wait for me to go back and challenge again?" Lu Yi didn't expect that Walnut would also enter the experiential learning scene. Now he didn't know where she was suffering, so he could only reply, "Don't die!" If Walnut suddenly died, all his previous benefits would go down the drain. Only if this woman came back alive could he obtain the corresponding benefits. Since Walnut wasn't here, Lu Yi lost interest in continuing to challenge. Moreover, if he challenged at this time, he might not be able to fulfill his wish, because the cultivators ranked ahead of him might not have returned to the heavenly Azura field yet. Since that was the case, he would wait until 3 days before the settlement. Since he had nothing to do, he took out the ball-like treasure and carefully examined it, trying to pry into its mysteries. In the end, no matter what Lu Yi did, he couldn't find anything special about it. After thinking for a while, Lu Yi hit the ball-like treasure with his palm. He only patted it lightly and didn't use much strength at all. However, it was this palm that caused the ball to shatter. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment. If it could be destroyed so easily, then it was obviously not a treasure. However, the fact that there was no way to put it into a storage ring was very puzzling. But soon, Lu Yi saw a strange object in the pile of debris. It was a square object about the size of a baby's fist. It seemed to be carved out of crystal and looked like a magnified dice. However, there were no words on its surface. Instead, it was smooth. Lu Yi picked it up and examined it carefully. He couldn't see anything special about it, so he tried to put it into his storage ring, but failed. He immediately understood that the ball-like thing was indeed not a treasure. The treasure was the die hidden within it. However, Lu Yi really couldn't figure out what this thing was for. He tried to channel his mana into it, but it didn't show any signs of being accepted. He probed with his divine sense, but there were no abnormalities. Suddenly his mind stirred. Since this thing came from the training scene, then perhaps he could find an answer in the Azura's treasure trove. This was because there was a place in the Azura's treasure trove that would recycle rare and strange treasures. According to the value of the treasure, a cultivator would be rewarded with a certain number of Azura seals. Under normal circumstances, if a cultivator obtained a treasure they didn't recognize, they would go to that place to have a look. They wouldn't recycle it, but rather have the Azura's treasure trove help them identify it. This was common knowledge. Therefore, in the Azura's treasure trove, it was very difficult for cultivators to pick up treasures. This was because no matter how rare or strange a treasure was, cultivators could use the Azura field to figure out its use and value. Lu Yi took out the Azura token, opened the door, and entered the treasure trove. With a thought, he arrived in an area. There were many empty cylinders here. Cultivators only needed to place treasures they couldn't identify on the cylinders, and they would be able to obtain specific information about the treasure and its value. There were quite a few cultivators here, all of them clearly having the same thoughts as Lu Yi. Some of them were ecstatic, clearly having obtained some good items. Others shook their heads and sighed, no doubt because the treasures they had placed their hopes on were nothing more than trash. Lu Yi found a secluded place and placed the die in his hand on the cylinder in front of him. In the next moment, a layer of dim light suddenly appeared and enveloped the die. At the same time, some information inexplicably appeared in Lu Ye's mind, undoubtedly from the Azura field. Die of Fate, the attribute of a supreme treasure. Seek fortune and avoid disaster. Defy the heavens and change one's fate. Lu Ye's eyebrows twitched. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the die in his hand again. He glanced around and found that no one was paying attention to him. The attribute of a supreme treasure. This strange die was actually the attribute of a supreme treasure. This was really a great bargain. As expected, I, Lu Yi, have always been kind to others. I love to help the weak and get rid of the strong. When I see injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help. This opportunity is well deserved. Counting up, he had obtained 2 supreme treasures. The pill gourd had endless magical uses, refining spirit pills effortlessly, and the minor constellation hall could easily create a top-grade spiritual island in a place like the 10,000 Elephant Sea. The attribute of this die of fate was definitely not bad. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Yi held the die and sized it up. Now, with the help of the Azura field, he had figured out what this thing was. As for why this thing was in the Azura field, it was not difficult to understand. In the vast Azura field, countless cultivators had come and gone since ancient times. Some had great harvests, and naturally, some had died mysteriously. There were countless treasures of all kinds in the Azura field. If someone brought in a supreme treasure from the outside, it was natural that it would be lost in the Azura field after death. Moreover, before the heavenly Azura clan was exterminated, they had already invested a large amount of treasures in the Azura field. But how exactly was this thing to be used? Seek fortune and avoid disaster. Defy the heavens and change one's fate. It sounded very mysterious and unparalleled. Thinking about it, since it was a die, perhaps it should be. Lu Yi squatted down and threw the die into the open space in front of him. The die rolled a few times and flipped a few sides before stopping. Then, Lu Yi clearly saw that the face of the die that was facing up suddenly glowed, and a large word appeared. Auspicious. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, just as he was thinking that the meaning of this auspicious word should be good. The word suddenly turned into a ray of light and shot towards him. Caught off guard, Lu Yi didn't have time to dodge at all and was hit directly on the forehead by the light. His expression changed, and he hurriedly urged his strength to check his body, but found that he didn't feel anything. Even the talent tree in his body didn't react. But what made him feel strange was that at this moment he clearly had a very strange feeling. This feeling was indescribable, but it was a very strong confidence that was born inexplicably. It seemed that no matter what difficulties were placed in front of him, he could easily solve them. Anything he wanted, he could plunder at will. This feeling was too strange, and Lu Yi couldn't get used to it for a while. But what was the use of this? Right now, there didn't seem to be any problems in front of him that needed to be solved. He did want the treasures of the Azura field, but that thing cost 10 billion Azura seals. Where would he get it? He couldn't say that the Azura field would be given to him for free. This was completely unreasonable. Suddenly, Lu Yi thought of a good place, and also a place where he could verify whether the dice of fate was useful or not. With a thought, his vision changed, and he came to another area of the treasure house. There were storage rings placed on the pillars here. This was the place that Gue Yi had warned him to stay away from, and it was also the area where cultivators liked to gamble. Many cultivators stayed and walked here, checking the storage rings one by one, trying to spy on which storage ring was worth a gamble, but they often lost completely. Lu Yi was actually not very interested in this place, although there were precedents of getting rich overnight, and more than once there were losses and there were wins. The final outcome of gamblers was only to lose everything. He only came here to verify whether the dice of fate was useful or not. And at this time, he really did have a very strong confidence that he would definitely be able to gamble for a very valuable storage ring. Just as he was looking around, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Fellow Taoist, choose this." Lu Yi turned his head to look and found that the person talking to him was an old man. At first glance, he looked a little familiar. After thinking carefully, he immediately remembered. This old man was the one who had shouted that it was finally his turn when he came here for the first time. That time he should have hit the jackpot. The old man was obviously very experienced. Lu Yi humbly asked for advice. "What do you mean?" The old man had an unfathomable look. He stroked his beard and said, "There are many ways to judge the quality, judge the color, and gamble for luck. I can't explain it to you in a short time. But if you trust this old man, choose this. According to this old man's observation, this storage ring is most likely left behind by Rizhao. It won't let you down. This old man has no other request. If fellow Taoist can benefit from it, just give me a little bit." Lu Yi blinked. It didn't matter to him at all, so he reached out to grab the storage ring. The old man's eyes immediately overflowed with anticipation. But just as Lu Yi was about to grab the storage ring, he frowned, inexplicably feeling that there was something wrong with the dice of fate, so he pulled back his hand. "Fellow Taoist, you don't need to hesitate. The quality of this storage ring can't be wrong." The old man advised again. Lu Yi slowly shook his head. He had a feeling that choosing the storage ring would not be a good thing. Just as the old man was about to persuade him again, a person suddenly walked out from the side and grabbed the storage ring. The old man immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet. "Fellow Taoist, hesitating will only make you miss a good opportunity. If this old man didn't have the Azura seal, I would have definitely taken it. How could I let others take advantage of it? Young man, you don't listen to the old man's advice. You'll lose." Just as the old man finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly came from the side. Lu Yi quickly turned his head and saw the cultivator who had just exchanged for the storage ring standing in place with a dumbfounded expression. The storage ring he exchanged for had already exploded into pieces. After being stunned for a while, the cultivator cursed, "Fuck your ancestors!" Lu Yi turned his head to look at the old man. The old man's expression didn't change. Some storage rings are too old. If you're not careful enough when unsealing them, something like this can happen. But that storage ring was definitely left behind by Rizhao. What a pity! If this old man had exchanged for it, he would definitely have successfully unsealed the seal. End of chapter. Chapter 1906. Hearing the old man's stubbornness, the cultivator who had just exchanged for the storage ring scolded him. "Old man, stop making a fool of yourself here. That storage ring is too old. It's not something that can be unsealed anymore. Just the slightest surge of magic power can make it explode. I really believed your bullshit and chose this unlucky bastard. The reason he had chosen the storage ring was undoubtedly because he had secretly heard the old man's persuasion to Lu Yi, but he hadn't expected to lose everything. Although 13,000 Azura seals wasn't much, it wasn't something to be wasted casually. The old man coldly snorted. This old master didn't let you choose. You wanted to snatch it yourself. Who can you blame? The two immediately quarreled. Lu Yi was too lazy to pay attention to them and walked to the side, casually exchanging for a storage ring from a pillar, and after a brief inspection, a look of astonishment appeared on his face, because he found that this storage ring actually didn't have a restriction lock. Without a restriction lock, it meant that he didn't need to unlock it and could take out the things inside at will. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai found that there were quite a lot of things inside the storage ring. Just the spirit jades and spirit crystals were piled up in a large area. There were also several good samples of magic weapons. Lu Yi didn't take them out for a closer look. After all, this wasn't the place to carefully inspect them. But he roughly estimated that the things inside the storage ring were worth about 30 million spirit jades. 13,000 Azura seals for 30 million spirit jades. This was undoubtedly a big profit. Was the dice of fate really useful? However, he soon discovered one thing. After exchanging for the storage ring, the strong sense of confidence he had just now disappeared without a trace. This undoubtedly meant that the mysterious blessing of the dice of fate had been exhausted when he exchanged for the storage ring. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai left the area and found a deserted corner, took out the dice of fate, and threw it in front of him. Although he could roughly confirm that the dice of fate was useful after trying it out just now, he still needed to try it a few more times before he could get an accurate answer. Under his gaze, the dice of fate rolled a few times, and just like before, a faint light lingered on the side facing up and a large character quickly formed. Lu Ye's eyes trembled when he saw this, because it was the word fierce. Just a moment ago, it was lucky, and now it was suddenly ominous. The reversal of fortune was a little too much. The Xiong character turned into a ray of light and shot towards him. Lu Yi was already prepared and dodged. But how could he dodge? The ray of light seemed to have a mind of its own as it drew an arc and accurately hit his forehead. Lu Yi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood in place, his expression uncertain, because at this moment he suddenly felt a little uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. At this moment, a figure rushed towards him from a short distance away. Judging from the surging waves of magic power emanating from the other party's body, this was a late-stage moon jade cultivator. However, at this moment, this cultivator's expression was very flustered. It was unknown what had happened to him. As soon as he saw Lu Yi standing in place, he rushed straight towards him and reached out to grab him. Lu Yi frowned. He had never imagined that he would encounter such bad luck. In this heaven Azura realm, no matter where a cultivator was, they were not allowed to fight. That was why there were cultivators from all over the starry sky gathered here. This was the rule of the heavenly Azura realm. As long as a cultivator still had some sense, they wouldn't violate this rule. Lu Ye's first thought was that this person had lost his mind and dared to attack him here. However, he quickly rejected this thought, because from the other party's expression, he could see panic and fear. He hadn't lost his mind. He raised his hand and grasped the hilt of the mountain plate saber. However, before he could strike, a ray of profound light descended from the sky and enveloped the cultivator. The charging cultivator's figure suddenly stiffened, as if he had been struck by a body-freezing curse. The fear on his face almost materialized. A horrifying scene appeared. Enveloped by the mysterious light, the cultivator's entire body began to melt like a burning candle. Even his clothes and storage ring were melting away at the same time. In the span of 3 breaths, a living late-stage heavenly Azura realm cultivator had mysteriously disappeared before Lu Ye's eyes, not leaving behind a single trace. Lu Yi still maintained his posture of holding the saber. When he looked down, he saw that a corner of his clothes was missing. This was undoubtedly the result of the profound light. He blinked and quickly bent down to pick up the dice of fate. Then, with a thought, he returned to his cave abode. It was indeed very fierce. There was no need to verify anything. At this time, it was not suitable for him to continue strolling outside. It was safer to hide in his cave abode. However, at this moment he realized something. That cultivator had undoubtedly violated some rule and was mercilessly killed by the heavenly Azura realm. Perhaps he had signed an Azura contract with someone and didn't abide by it, or perhaps there was some other reason. It was just that the other party had appeared in front of him and inexplicably attacked him. Perhaps he was unwilling to die and wanted to drag someone down with him. However, this was none of his business. Moreover, he hadn't attacked just now. He had only assumed a defensive posture, so he hadn't violated any of the rules of the heavenly Azura realm. Naturally, that kind of obliteration wouldn't befall him. Lu Yi sat down cross-legged and immersed his consciousness into investigating. The talent tree was burning fiercely, and a large amount of gray fog rose into the air. Something formless was being incinerated. Lu Yi guessed that this was the mysterious power that the dice of fate had bestowed upon him. The talent tree hadn't reacted the first time because the first blessing was a good thing for him, so the talent tree hadn't reacted. However, the second blessing was an ominous one, so the talent tree had reacted. Last time, the chains formed by the Azura contract had been incinerated by the talent tree. It had taken several days. Lu Yi estimated that it wouldn't be completed so quickly this time. However, in comparison, the Azura contract was a bit of the power of a supreme treasure, and his dice of fate was only a subordinate treasure of a supreme treasure. Compared to a real supreme treasure, it was undoubtedly much worse. Therefore, the time it would take shouldn't be longer than last time. Lu Yi secretly decided that before the talent tree had incinerated the power of the dice of fate, he would absolutely not leave his nest. 3 days later, Walnut sent a message to Lu Yi, informing him that he had finished his experiential learning and had returned to the heavenly Azura realm. He could start the challenge at any time. Lu Yi asked her to wait because the power of the dice of fate hadn't been completely incinerated. If he participated in the heavenly Azura realm in this state, who knew what kind of bad things would happen? During this period, Yu Yaorao came to look for him again, but was even rejected by Lu Yi. This made Yu Yaorao very unhappy. She stood outside the door and pouted for a long time before leaving. Several days later, Lu Yi confirmed that his body was fine. That bad feeling had disappeared without a trace. Only then did he send a message to Walnut. This dice of fate, it was better to use it less in the future. Although it was a subordinate treasure of a supreme treasure, there were too many uncontrollable factors. What made Lu Yi the most speechless was that this thing couldn't be put into a storage ring. Even the Little Flower realm couldn't store it. Helpless, Lu Yi could only find a rope to wrap it around his waist and hang it as a pendant. Today was the 3rd day before the ranking list of the heavenly Azura realm was settled. Those cultivators who were determined to fight for the ranking list had returned to the heavenly Azura realm early. If they didn't come back at this time, if they were challenged, they would automatically lose. The cultivators at the bottom of the ranking list didn't matter. Their ranking didn't increase by much, so their rewards wouldn't change too much. However, those at the top of the ranking list would definitely return. Lu Yi checked his ranking and was shocked to find that his ranking had actually reached the 5th place. The names of the 2 cultivators who had been ranked in front of him had disappeared at some point. This undoubtedly meant that the 2 of them were either dead or had left the Azura realm. Lu Yi couldn't help but think of the person he had met in the treasury that day who had been obliterated by the Azura realm. That person's cultivation was at the late stage of Yu Yao. Could that person be one of them? Regardless, it had nothing to do with him. Lu Yi directly issued a challenge to the person in 4th place. To his surprise, not long after the challenge was issued, the person's ranking directly rose by 1. It seemed that the person hadn't returned from the training grounds yet. This was a common occurrence. They must have been delayed by the training grounds. However, as long as the person hurried back before the time limit, they still had a chance to reclaim their ranking. He had no choice but to challenge the person in third place. At the same time, in a cave in the heavenly Azure realm, a stone cultivator was lying on a bed. Beside him, another stone cultivator was urging his power to heal his injuries. Judging from the other's magic power fluctuations, it was a sunshine cultivator. The stone cultivator wasn't proficient in the art of healing. This was due to the limitations of his physique. However, the stone cultivator lying on the bed had suffered an extremely strange injury. It wasn't a problem that could be cured with simple medical skills. It required a powerful force to suppress and remove it. Sunshine Stone Cultivator was currently suppressing and removing the strange injury from his disciple's body. He had already stayed here for 10 days and was about to resolve it. At this moment, the stone cultivator lying on the bed said, "Elder, someone wants to challenge me." Sunshine Stone Cultivator withdrew his magic power. He nodded and said, "Then go. However, don't use too much strength. The energy lingering around your injury is very strange. Although it's almost resolved, if you continue to use too much strength, it might worsen." The stone cultivator on the bed stood up and nodded. "I understand. Elder, don't worry. It won't take long. I'll be back soon." He wanted to see which blind bastard dared to challenge him. This was something he hadn't encountered in a long time. If it were any other time, he would definitely be very interested. However, he was being disturbed at a critical moment in his recovery. This undoubtedly annoyed him. He secretly decided to teach the challenger a lesson. One had to know that in the battle arena on Yu Yao's level, he had the title of Eternal Third Place. In the huge battle arena, there were hundreds of thousands of people on Yu Yao's level. To be able to occupy third place for so many years showed how strong he was. First watch today, I have something to do outside. Chapter 1907. In the spectator stands of the battle arena, Walnut and her master had followed Lu Ye's message and entered this place. They immediately saw Lu Yi preparing for battle below. When she turned to look at Lu Ye's opponent, Walnut couldn't help but be startled. Why is he challenging the third-ranked person? According to the information she had, Lu Yi was only ranked 7th on the Yu Yao battle roll. Thus, he should be challenging the 6th-ranked person this time. However, for some reason, the gap was so large that he had skipped quite a few people in one go. She checked the information on this third-ranked person and immediately remembered. It's the Sher tribe's Tianyan. She had never seen Tianyan before, but she had heard of his great name. This was because he had the title of Eternal Third in the Yu Yao battle arena. In other words, he had always maintained his third rank in the Yu Yao battle arena. It had been many years, and his rank hadn't risen, nor had it fallen. This was because he had defeated all the cultivators who had challenged him, and he didn't have the ability to defeat the 2 people ranked above him. Thus, he had always maintained his third rank. "Master, which side should we place our bet on?" Walnut was a little troubled. Although she thought very highly of Lu Yi based on the results of the previous battles, Tianyan wasn't an ordinary Yu Yao. If he didn't have some strength, he wouldn't have been able to maintain his title of Eternal Third. Walnut wasn't sure whether Lu Yi was a match for Tianyan. If she placed the wrong bet, her Azura seal would be reduced to nothingness. She naturally had to be cautious. When the woman heard this, she said, "Since we're going to bet, then let's bet big. We'll bet everything on that Lu Yi." Walnut was worried. "But, Master, no buts." The woman cut her off and said earnestly, "Little Walnut, I've taught you for so many years, yet you still don't understand. The most important thing in gambling is the process. Don't think about the results. If you think too much, you won't have the fun of gambling." Walnut cursed in her heart. It's precisely because of this that you often lose everything you have. However, she knew her master's temperament. Since she had decided to place her bet on Lu Yi, this undoubtedly meant that even her master didn't think highly of Lu Yi. Thus, she could enjoy the nervousness and excitement of waiting for the results. Should she place her bet on Tianyan? In this way, no matter who won, one of them would be able to reap some benefits. Just as he was thinking this, his gaze suddenly landed on the battle arena below. Tianyan's expression was a little strange. At this moment, Lu Yi was casually standing in the middle of the sealed battle arena. Looking left and right, she saw Walnut and her disciple and nodded at them. In the distance, Tianyan's state was a little strange. He was currently staring at Lu Yi with his eyes wide open, looking somewhat suspicious, then shocked, then fearful, and finally revealing a strange expression as if he had stepped in feces when he came out of the door. This was because he recognized Lu Yi as the one who had beaten him up in the previous training scene. For a moment, he did not dare to believe his eyes. Based on his previous speculation, the head of the 9 heavens, Lu Yi, was definitely a shadow left behind by a monstrous genius of a certain era. In the entire Azura realm, only those 2 fellows could surpass him in strength. There was no one else. They had been suppressing him for so many years, so it was impossible for another one to appear out of nowhere. Only now did he realize that one had appeared out of nowhere. Compared to those 2, the pressure this Lu Yi from the 9 heavens gave him did not seem to be any weaker. If that was all, it would be fine. Tianyan's strength was not bad, and this battle arena was protected by the rules that prevented death. Even if he was not a match for his opponent, he would not shrink back. No matter what, he would fight with all his strength and show the might of his stone clan. But this Lu Yi was not only strong, but his methods were also disgusting. The wound he had inflicted on him in the previous training scene had been lingering with a strange power. Even if he was from the Stone Clan, he could not heal it on his own. In the end, he had no choice but to find an elder from his clan to help suppress and remove it. He had been busy for 10 days. If he was injured by him again in battle, wouldn't he have to continue healing? He had been disgusted recently. With great difficulty, he was about to recover from his injuries. He did not want to experience that kind of terrible experience again. Moreover, how precious was Sunshine's time. How could he let his clan's elder keep healing him? This battle could not be fought. 30 breaths of preparation time quickly passed. Only then did Lu Yi turn to look at his opponent. The moment he regained his freedom, he rushed forward. Suddenly, he felt a little strange, because this opponent of his seemed a little familiar. Before he could see clearly, his opponent's figure suddenly disappeared. Lu Yi subconsciously thought that his opponent was a ghost cultivator and used a method to hide his figure. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. Because his vision blurred, he had returned to his own cave. Lu Yi was stunned. In the battle arena, the battle that countless cultivators were looking forward to actually ended just as it started. Walnut, whose face was full of nervousness, was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly checked her Azura command. When she saw that the Azura command had suddenly increased by a lot, she could not help but jump up. I won. She had placed her bet on Lu Yi at the last moment because she could tell that Tianyan's expression wasn't quite right. Gritting her teeth, she steeled her heart and placed her bet on Lu Yi. This time, she had earned a lot, because in the entire battle arena, apart from the master and disciple pair, only a few people had placed their bets on Lu Yi. Most of them had placed their bets on the more famous Tianyan. According to the rules of the winners splitting the losers' bets, the profits obtained from this battle were undoubtedly very considerable, especially since she had bet all of her assets. Her ratio far exceeded that of the others. The woman frowned. Although winning the bet made her happy, Tianyan actually retreated without fighting. This inevitably made people feel strange. There was no danger to one's life in the battle arena. If Tianyan had no intention of fighting, he could have completely refused Lu Ye's challenge. This way, the ranking would directly change. Since he had accepted the challenge, why would he take the initiative to admit defeat? Even the woman, who was bright and quick-witted, could not figure out why Tian Yen would do this. The entire battle arena boiled over. Countless cultivators loudly cursed shady deals, secret deals, and the like, requesting the Azura field to uphold justice. These cultivators who had placed their bets on Tian Yen felt that they had lost too unjustly. Moreover, there had never been such a precedent of retreating without fighting in the battle arena, let alone this kind of thing happening to the third-ranked Tian Yen. This made people wonder if Tian Yen and that Lu Yi had some kind of secret deal. Both sides cooperated to control the results of the battle, using this to amass wealth. If there really was such a thing, the Azura field would definitely not sit by and do nothing. As long as someone brought it up, the Azura field would deal with it strictly. However, what disappointed people was that no matter how fiercely they shouted, Lu Yi and Tian Yan's rankings still remained on the ranking, not erased. In Tian Yan's cave, he suddenly appeared and returned. The Sunshine Rock tribe member nodded and said, "You won." As for Tian Yan's victory, he was not at all surprised. In the entire Azura field's Yao level, aside from those two, no one could be stronger than Tian Yan. This time, he wondered who was so blind to challenge him. Tian Yan's expression was blank. He scratched his face and said, "I lost." And the Sunshine Rock tribe member was shocked. How could that be? Moreover, to be able to defeat Tian Yan in such a short time, even those two could not do it, right? Based on the time, Tian Yan had been defeated in 2 or 3 moves after entering the battle arena. What kind of person had such powerful strength? "Elder, it was that guy who challenged me." Tian Yan's expression was gloomy. The Sunshine Rock tribe member said in surprise, "The person who injured you previously?" "That's him." Tian Yan nodded heavily. "I originally thought that he was a shadow left behind by a monster from some era, but I never thought that he was not. He is from this era, so I did not fight him. I admitted defeat and withdrew." The Sunshine Rock tribe member nodded and said, "A wise decision." It was not embarrassing to lose. Cultivators who trained in the battle arena would not be afraid of winning or losing. The key was that the injury caused by the other party's long blade was too disgusting. This was the reason why Tian Yan withdrew. How can there be such a person in this world? Tian Yan was puzzled. The Sunshine Rock tribe member said, "You are content to stay in a corner, forever only able to see the sky above your head. It is not a bad thing to experience some setbacks on the road of growth. You still have a long way to go in the future. A temporary dispute does not mean anything." "I understand, Elder." Tian Yan was not someone who could not accept defeat. He thought for a moment and said, "I have never heard of this guy before. He should have just come to the Azura field not long ago. Looking at his momentum, he is probably aiming for the top spot. He will definitely challenge those two. Elder, I want to watch the battle. Can I delay the treatment of my injuries for a while?" "Of course." The Sunshine Rock tribe member agreed. "Thank you, Elder." In Lu Ye's cave, he checked his ranking and found that he had reached the 3rd place. There were only 2 people in front of him. He focused his attention on the basic information of these 2 people. He found that the person in the top spot was Gu Sheng from the Yellow Dragon realm. Below Gu Sheng was a cultivator from the ancient barbarian realm called Abdullah. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. The Yellow Dragon realm was indeed worthy of its reputation. He could hear the name of this realm everywhere he went. On the Wansheng Sea, there was the Yellow Dragon Island, which was famous for its fighting prowess. The top spot in the battle arena was also a cultivator from the Yellow Dragon realm. It was indeed one of the top realms in the starry sky. It was full of talents. He knew a little about the ancient barbarian realm. It was a very strange realm. Generally speaking, the realms of various sizes in the starry sky would be affected by the changes in the overall environment, and then some changes would occur. Perhaps these changes would be very small and unnoticeable, but over a long period of time, these accumulated changes would be very big. This was also the reason why the current cultivation environment was completely different from that of the ancient barbarian realm. Only the starry sky wonders that were born in ancient times maintained the characteristics of ancient times. The ancient barbarian realm was special in that it had the characteristics of a starry sky wonder. It did not seem to be affected by the changes in the overall environment. The entire realm maintained the appearance and environment of ancient times. End of chapter. Chapter 1908. The special environment of the ancient barbarian world made the cultivators of this world maintain the most ancient cultivation method. And there was only one race in this world, and that was the barbarian race. Lu Yi had never seen a real barbarian race before, but according to what he knew, the barbarian race's appearance was not much different from the human race's. But as a whole, their bodies were several times bigger than the human race's. Moreover, they were most proficient in the way of tattooing, which was a battle method passed down from ancient times. If not for the barbarian race's difficulty in reproduction and their small population, they would definitely be a famous race in the starry sky. Moreover, their lifespans seemed to be much shorter than the cultivators of other races, which seemed to be caused by the environment of the ancient barbarian world. Even with the barbarian race's cultivation method, there was no way to change this. Now he was rank 3rd, and according to the rules, he could only challenge Abdullah unless Abdullah was not in the heavenly Azura world. Just as he was about to challenge Abdullah, his Azura token moved, and he immediately checked it. He thought it was Walnut, but it turned out to be Yu Yaorao's message. She sounded very surprised. You defeated Tianyan. Lu Yi thought that the news spread really fast. He had just won the battle, and Yu Yaorao already knew about it. Could it be that she happened to be watching the battle in the arena just now? However, after asking, he found out that this was not the case. Yu Yaorao just happened to check the ranking of the Yu Yao battle arena and found that Tianyan's name was pushed down by Lu Ye's, so she asked, "Good fight." Yu Yaorao seems to have some prejudice against Tianyan. Previously, during the training, those pirate gangs were gathered by him. Lu Yi suddenly realized why he felt Tian Yen was somewhat familiar. He's the chief of Thunder Light Gang? The main reason was that Tian Yen ran too fast, so he didn't have time to carefully size him up, otherwise he would definitely recognize him. He was wondering why Yu Yao, who was rank 3rd, retreated without a fight. It turned out that she had already fought with him before. It's him. Yu Yaorao gnashed her teeth. I was scared to death by him. Lu Yi was about to reply when another message came. This time it was from Walnut. She obviously knew that Lu Yi would not stop at the 3rd place and would soon challenge Abdullah and Gusheng. So she sent him some information about these two people. Just as he finished reading Walnut's message, a 3rd message came in. This time it was from Guei. She also sent some information about Abdullah and Gusheng. She and Lu Yi were both Yu Yao. 3 days before the battle rankings were released. She must have been busy ranking as well. It wasn't surprising that she had noticed the change in Lu Ye's ranking. Moreover, she was the one who had brought Lu Yi into the Azura arena. Naturally, she knew that Lu Yi lacked information about the top 2 rankers of the Yu Yao rankings. She had taken the initiative to send Lu Yi a message so that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the battle. Lu Yi felt very busy. First, he thanked Guei, then he sent a message to Walnut. Only then did he have the time to talk to Yu Yaorao. If you want to continue challenging them, you have to be careful. I heard that the top 2 on the Yu Yao ranking are ridiculously strong. Tian Yen has been challenging them but has never succeeded. I have a slight understanding of it, Lu Yi replied. Regardless of whether it was Walnut or Guei Yi's information, they had indirectly confirmed the strength of these two. It was also at this moment that Lu Yi finally understood why Gusheng and Abdullah's victory rate wasn't high. When he had looked at the information about these two, he had felt it was very strange. This was undoubtedly somewhat abnormal for the top 2 rankers of the Yu Yao rankings. Only now did he know that all of their defeats were bestowed upon each other. There was a rumor in the Yu Yao battlefield. That was Gusheng and Abdullah were in the 1st rank, Tian Yen was in the 2nd rank, and those three were in the third rank. Ever since Gu Sheng and Abdullah had occupied the top two rankers of the Yu Yao rankings, no one had ever shaken their rankings. The only ones who could change their rankings were themselves. This had also directly led to Tianyan's title as the eternal third ranker. Every time before the Yu Yao battlefields results were released, Gu Sheng and Abdullah would have a battle. Both of them had won and lost. This time, Lu Yi saw that Gu Sheng was ranked first. However, the previous time it was Abdullah. Perhaps it was Gu Sheng before that. Therefore, every time 3 days before the Yu Yao rankings results were released, the Yu Yao battlefield would be extremely lively. Countless cultivators would enter the battlefield to watch the battle between these two. Every battle between them dazzled the eyes of the spectators and caused them to gasp in amazement. As usual, there were many cultivators waiting for their battle to begin. While Lu Yi was busy communicating with the girls, outside a cave in the heavenly Azura realm, a tall and sturdy man wearing a beast skin cloak stood still. He looked like an iron tower. This person's chest was bare, and there was a tattoo of a roaring tiger's head engraved on his chest. It was very lifelike. His hair was shaved, and there was only a small patch of long hair at the back of his head that was braided into a small braid. He raised his large hand and slammed it heavily on the door of the cave in front of him. Instantly, banging sounds could be heard from the cave. He shouted, "Gu Sheng, open the door!" An angry voice immediately came from inside. "There's no one at home." The tall and sturdy man grinned. "Stop talking nonsense and open the door. Grandpa is here to see you." He continued banging on the door. The owner of the cave was helpless. He knew that if he didn't let this barbarian in, he would only continue to chatter. He opened the door and looked at him with disdain. "What are you doing here?" The owner of the cave didn't look very old. Most importantly, he was extremely beautiful with fair skin. If one didn't listen to him and didn't have the physical characteristics that a woman should have, anyone who saw him would think that he was a peerless beauty. In fact, in terms of appearance alone, his appearance was indeed far superior to most so-called beauties. However, those who knew him definitely wouldn't let their imaginations run wild because of his appearance. This was because he was one of the top experts in the Yu Yao realm, whose name shook the entire Azure realm. He was Gu Sheng from the Yellow Dragon realm. The tall and sturdy man who came to see him was the barbarian tribe's Abro from the ancient barbarian realm. In the Azure realm, many people only knew that these two would fight once every 2 months. It was extremely intense, as if they had some irreconcilable grudge. However, very few people knew that the two of them were actually very close in private. Gu Sheng stood in front of Abro. His height barely reached his chest. Moreover, for some reason, Gu Sheng's face was extremely pale without a single trace of blood. He had a sickly beauty to him. From afar, this scene gave off a strange feeling of a tiger sniffing a rose. "Grandpa is here to see if you're dead or not." Abro looked Gu Sheng up and down. "What happened, little brother? I heard that you were heavily injured during your training. What a rare thing." Gu Sheng snorted coldly. Injuries were common during training. However, he had suffered a bit too much this time and almost didn't return alive. "Are you done looking? Then scram." As he spoke, he was about to close the door when Abro hurriedly said, "Since I'm already here, aren't you going to invite me in?" Gu Sheng said, "There's no wine or food in the house. It's inconvenient to entertain guests." Abro flipped his hand and took out a wine bottle. He chuckled and said, "I brought my own." Gu Sheng looked at him with a helpless expression and gritted his teeth. "You barbarian!" He couldn't refuse because, even if he refused the other party, Abro wouldn't let him go so easily. He could only take out the Azura token and shoot a profound light at him to let him in. It was clearly not Abro's first time here. Although the cave was large, he was very familiar with the place. He took the lead and walked into the bedroom. Then he pointed at the jade bed beside him and said, "Take off your clothes and lie on it." Gu Sheng's face trembled and became much paler. He stood still and said warily, "What are you doing?" Abro turned to look at him and patted the wine bottle he had brought. "Do you think I'm really here to drink with you? This is a medicinal wine specially made by my barbarian race. With the help of my race's secret healing method, I guarantee that you'll recover from your injuries in 3 days. Hurry up and heal my injuries. If you fight with me, I don't want others to say that I have an unfair advantage." "No need." Gu Sheng's expression changed greatly. Even when he was in danger during his training, he wasn't as panicked as he was now. Although he knew that the barbarian race's secret healing method and their special medicinal wine were very effective, he had tried it before and still had some lingering fear. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Abdullah slapped Gu Sheng's shoulder, causing him to bend down. Then he grabbed him and threw him onto the bed. While doing so, he tore off his outer clothes. "I'll do it myself." Seeing Abro walk towards him step by step with a fierce glint in his eyes, Gu Sheng knew that he couldn't refuse and hurriedly shouted. After a short while, Gu Sheng lay on the bed in his underwear. Abro's 2 large hands were like red-hot iron, turning into afterimages as they slapped Gu Sheng's body. The slapping sounds were very rhythmic. Gu Sheng's face was blood-red, and his expression was one of suffering that was worse than death. There was no other reason. As Abro activated the barbarian race's secret healing method, his blood and chi were surging out of his control. The feeling was very uncomfortable. Abro, however, said with interest, "Brat, you must have reincarnated into the wrong body. Your body and skin are better than all the women I've seen." Gu Sheng's face was red, and his heart was filled with humiliation. He cursed loudly, "Are you crazy?" Just as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was pitch black. Abro snickered. "See, I told you not to talk when you're healing. You've suffered retribution, haven't you?" Gu Sheng immediately shut his mouth and pretended that he was already dead. Suddenly, Abro's movement stopped, and his tone was surprised. "Someone actually challenged me." After saying that, he continued slapping and muttered to himself, "Forget it, let him wait for a while. I'm afraid that Brat Tian Yen is itching for a beating again." The only one who could challenge him now was Tian Yen. Although Tian Yan's strength was not as good as his and Gu Sheng's, he had a tenacity. He kept on fighting despite repeated defeats. Who knew how many times he had suffered at the hands of Abro and Gu Sheng's hands? However, whenever he had the chance, he would still challenge them. What a cultivator needed the most was this kind of indomitable spirit, so Abro did not underestimate Tian Yen just because he was not his match. End of chapter. Chapter 1909. After a while, Abdullah stood up and said to Gu Sheng, who was still lying on the bed, "Good grandson, lie down. Grandpa will be back soon." After saying this, his burly figure suddenly disappeared. Sensing that he had already entered the battle arena, Gu Sheng grimaced in pain and wailed, his expression filled with extreme pain. But then again, the special medicinal wine of the barbarian race was supplemented by their special healing methods, and the effect was indeed remarkable. In just a short period of time, the injuries he had suffered before were already showing signs of improvement. Abdullah said that he would be able to recover in 3 days, and it was not empty talk. But when he thought about how this pain would last for 3 days, Gu Sheng felt that there was nothing left to live for. He was most afraid of pain. In the battle arena, Lu Yi and Abdullah's figures appeared in the enclosed battle arena at the same time. Lu Yi raised his eyes and looked at the number on the screen, then sent a message to Walnut. Only then did he begin to size up his opponent. At a glance, he found that the barbarian race was just like the rumors said. The barbarian race did not look much different from the human race, except that they were enlarged several times. Abdullah's figure was extremely tall and sturdy, and he was wearing an animal skin cloak. On his exposed chest was a lifelike, roaring tiger's head, and he was standing there picking his nose casually. But soon Abdullah's expression froze, because he found that his opponent this time was not the familiar Tian Yen. Who was this? His eyes widened to the size of copper bells, and he seriously sized up Lu Ye's figure. confirming that he had never seen this person before. This was strange. Although there would be newcomers in the Azura battle arena from time to time, it was rare to see someone suddenly appear like this. Only then did he remember to check his Azura token, because if Lu Yi challenged him, the Azura token would have recorded the information. After a while, Abdullah showed an interested expression, because he found that his opponent's battle record was astonishingly beautiful. So far, he had experienced more than 200 battles and had not lost a single one. This undoubtedly meant one thing. This human was indeed a newcomer to the Azura battle arena, and he had made great progress in the Yao battle arena, fighting his way to third place, and had the qualifications to stand in front of him. Unfortunately, he did not know what his name was, because Lu Yi had hidden his name and origin in the battle arena, so Abdullah naturally could not see it. All he could see was Lu Ye's battle record. Abdullah's eyes lit up. To be honest, Gu Sheng was indeed a very good opponent. Every time they crossed swords, he would have to go all out. However, in this huge Azura arena, if there was only one opponent, it would be a little too boring. Just like this time, when he heard that Gu Sheng was heavily injured, he had to personally run over to treat him. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight in the future. If there were a few more opponents like Gu Sheng in the Azura arena, why would he need to be so worried? And this human soldier cultivator in front of him was able to defeat Tian Yen. His strength should be pretty good. The 30 breaths of preparation time quickly passed. The number of people in the originally sparse grandstand rapidly increased. The competition between the top few people in the fighting arena would always attract the attention of many people. Under the call of friends, the seats in the grandstand were quickly filled. The moment the power binding the two sides suddenly disappeared, 2 huge waves of air erupted under Lu Yi and Abdullah's feet, and the two quickly rushed towards each other. In the blink of an eye, they collided. Without any warning or foreshadowing, Lu Yi swung his blade down, and Abdullah raised his fist to meet it. With a loud boom, the shattered transcendence energy of the collision swept out in all directions. The two figures instantly went from extreme motion to extreme stillness. In just a moment of deadlock, the two involuntarily leaned back, and then their bodies fell back down. A second collision erupted, then a third, a fourth. Cries of surprise rang out from the spectators in the stands. Such a violent and direct confrontation was rare in a battle between cultivators. Not to mention, it was an evenly matched battle. Although the spectators were unable to truly experience the danger of the battle due to the isolation of the battle arena, they could tell that this was Yu Yao's ultimate clash just by looking at the shockwaves from the battle between the two of them. No one had ever been able to fight Abdullah without being at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Lu Ye's mountain plate blade had already turned into an afterimage, and Abdullah's fists had also turned into a rain of punches. Strangely, in such a terrifying and intense confrontation, the two of them did not move in the slightest. Whether it was the tall and sturdy Abdullah or the short Lu Yi, their bodies seemed to be nailed to the ground. Ha 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 ha. In the midst of this intense confrontation, Abdullah couldn't help but laugh heartily. His laughter was filled with delight, as if a wild beast that had been bound for countless years had finally broken free. The momentum of his punches became even more ferocious and astonishing. But what made him ecstatic was that no matter how ferocious his punches were, this human weapon cultivator was actually able to withstand them. In a short 10 breaths of time, after countless clashes, the two of them finally broke away from the deadlock and drifted back. Standing still, Abdullah's blood and chi surged as he stared at Lu Yi with a scorching gaze. He shouted, "Awesome, awesome! You're so much stronger than that stone block Tian Yen. No wonder you could beat him." In the grandstand, Tian Yen, who had come to spectate after receiving the news, almost cursed out loud. "If you want to fight, then fight. Why drag me into this? What did I do to provoke you?" Abdullah was still in an excited state. "It looks like I'll have another opponent in this Azura arena in the future." And it was an opponent that was very much to his liking. In comparison, Gu Sheng was simply a pile of shit. It wasn't that Gusheng wasn't strong enough, but because Gusheng was a spell cultivator. When he, a brute, fought with Gusheng, Gusheng kept jumping around, making him feel like he was chasing a rabbit. He simply couldn't experience the exhilaration of a battle of pure strength. All of a sudden, the smile on Abdullah's face turned into madness, and he looked like he was excited to see a prey. As his chi and blood surged, his already burly body seemed to have collided again, and his eyes were filled with a ferocious light. Then let's enjoy this battle to the fullest. The moment he finished speaking, he pounced towards Lu Yi again. Although he was big, and in terms of cultivation system, he should be a body cultivator. But he had a speed that ordinary body cultivators simply didn't have. This was the uniqueness of the brute race's cultivation system. In the entire galaxy, there was no other cultivator who came from the ancient brute world. As he ran, the lifelike tiger head on his chest suddenly bloomed with light. At the same time, veined patterns lit up all over his body, and his tall and sturdy figure rapidly changed. It's coming, Savage Beast 9 transformations. An excited voice rang out from the stands. The person who spoke clearly had some understanding of Abdullah's background. The Savage Beast 9 transformations he spoke of was the brute race's secret technique that Abdullah cultivated. It was also what he relied on to fight against his opponent. In the entire Yu Yao battle arena, there were only 2 people who could use the Savage Beast 9 transformations for him. One was his sworn enemy, Gusheng, and the other was Tianyan. However, Tianyan was still too weak. Under normal circumstances, once Abdullah used this secret technique, Tianyan would lose. This was the huge gap between the 2 Yu Yao. Abdullah's figure was still in human form when he moved, but as he ran, his flesh, blood, and bones were wriggling and transforming rapidly. By the time he arrived in front of Lu Yi, he had transformed into a ferocious and terrifying giant tiger with black and white fur that was more than 15 meters long. In the primordial era, living beings didn't have good cultivation methods. In order to deal with the attacks of the ancient beasts, the brute race ancestors of the ancient brute world studied the forms of the ancient beasts and created the first savage beast transformations. The brute race's Tao of tattoos also became popular at that time, because if one wanted to use the savage beast transformations, they had to supplement it with the Tao of tattoos. It was because of the brute race's ancestors that the brute race was able to survive in the harsh environment of the ancient times and pass it down to the present day. This was a secret technique unique to the brute race, and it was difficult for cultivators of any other race to cultivate it. Roar! The tiger's roar rang out, and visible ripples spread out in all directions. It was obvious that the roar wasn't just loud. Lu Yi, who bore the brunt of the attack, immediately sensed that the tiger's roar had a mind-sucking effect. He was all too familiar with this. Hoopa also had this kind of divine power. When he was still weak, he and Hoopa had teamed up to kill enemies, and it was Hoopa's roar that drew the curtains to the battle. He could clearly feel his soul's defensive barrier being attacked. And then there was This mind-sucking roar would often have a miraculous effect if it was used against someone with a weaker soul than the caster. But if it was used against someone with a stronger soul, then it would only be loud. Lu Ye's soul had never been weak. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he had refined many treasures that could increase his soul power, which directly led to him forming a spirit sea when he was still in the true lake realm. Many years ago, he also obtained the rainbow god lotus, which had the effect of nourishing the soul. Even if Lu Yi didn't do anything, it would constantly nourish his soul and strengthen his soul power. Therefore, this tiger's roar was like a gentle breeze to Lu Ye's ears. The tiger's roar was only a test, and the real killing move followed. The tiger that Abro transformed into pounced down, and 2 wash-basin-sized claws shone with a cold light. As it swung down, it opened its mouth and bit towards Lu Yi. That bloody mouth bared its fangs, and if one were to be bitten, half of one's body would be gone. Under such a ferocious attack, the hearts of countless cultivators in the stands rose to their throats. Lu Yi, on the other hand, didn't move at all. He steadied his body and his long saber spun. The moment the tiger pounced, a great sun suddenly exploded. The large sun was like a lotus flower, and it bloomed layer by layer. Each petal was an extremely ferocious saber light, and it enveloped the tiger's body. The tiger's roar rang out again, and it was deafening. The saber lotus spun, and the light was resplendent, making it impossible for people to see the battle clearly. The most nervous person in the stands was Walnut. Under her master's instigation, she had once again placed her bet on Lu Yi, so she was naturally very nervous. End of chapter. Chapter 1910. When Walnut bet on Lu Yi in the last match, she had made up her mind. Because of Heaven Inkstone's reputation, she didn't know if Lu Yi could win. But Lu Yi actually won, even though she didn't understand what was going on. In fact, she didn't want to bet on this match because Abdullah's reputation was too great. She felt that no matter how strong Lu Yi was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than Abdullah. If she bet, it would only be a waste. She had already won enough before. But she couldn't resist her honored master's persuasion. She didn't know why, but in a moment of confusion, she had bet all her Azura seals on Lu Yi. But now it was too late for regret. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She couldn't help but ask, "Honored master, which one of them is stronger?" The woman on the side was watching the battle in the arena with a grim expression. "Lu Yi is at a disadvantage. It doesn't look good." Ah! Walnut's voice trembled, her entire body going limp. "I'm just kidding. Look at your useless appearance. You can't even handle this little bit of wind and rain. How will I take you out to see the world in the future?" The woman glanced at her disciple. How could she know who was stronger? If she encountered such a battle outside, she could still make a clear judgment because she could perceive it through her divine sense. However, the barrier of the fighting arena blocked her perception. She could only rely on her eyes to see, and she could not see much at all. "Honored master, you're hurting me." Walnut lowered her head and looked at her hand, which was now in her honored master's grasp. Honored master was obviously not as calm as she looked. Indeed, this was the battle with the most bets in her honored master's history. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous, but she knew that compared to being nervous, her honored master actually enjoyed the process of waiting for the result more. At this moment, in the middle of the battlefield, the gradually expanding saber lotus suddenly collapsed, revealing the figures of a man and a tiger. Another round of exclamations rang out from the stands. This was because the claws of the tiger, transformed by Sibeluo, were blocked by Lu Ye's saber and scabbard respectively, and the tiger opened its bloody mouth to bite down on his head. If this bite connected, victory and defeat would be decided immediately. However, at this moment, Lu Ye's blood vitality suddenly surged. Her hands exerted strength, and with a surge of magic power, she directly pushed the tiger away. The eyes of the tiger that Abdullah had transformed into her clearly filled with astonishment. In the first clash, he had already sensed that Lu Ye's physical strength was not inferior to his own. This was undoubtedly somewhat inconceivable, because Lu Yi was clearly a weapon cultivator. It was more or less abnormal for a weapon cultivator to possess such power. He had thought that was the limit of Lu Ye's power. However, that was not his limit. After performing the savage beast transformation and transforming into an ancient tiger, his physical strength had increased by at least 20%. Who would have thought that Lu Yi would actually be able to receive it? He was certain that Lu Yi hadn't used any kind of secret technique. This was undoubtedly his own strength. There was actually someone in this world with such a sturdy physique? Abdul was shocked, but he was also excited. He knew that he had underestimated Lu Yi. Lu Yi was indeed an opponent who was qualified to compete with him. His figure flew far away, and as soon as he landed, Abdullah felt an extremely oppressive aura pressing down on him. He looked up and saw Lu Yi charging over with his saber in hand. Roar! Another tiger roar rang out, and the tiger's figure changed again. Lines on the surface of his body lit up, and the giant tiger rapidly thinned, but his overall body undoubtedly became smoother. Lu Yi watched this scene. Although he had learned from Gui and Walnut that Abdullah cultivated the savage beast transformation, he was still slightly surprised to see it with his own eyes. Transforming into a tiger was Abdullah's first transformation, and at this moment he had undoubtedly displayed the second. All of a sudden, the tiger transformed into a pitch-black cheetah. Lu Ye's swift slash actually brushed past the cheetah's body and struck empty air. Instead, the cheetah took the opportunity to attack from the side. Its movements were much faster than before. Lu Yi raised his saber to block, but the huge force caused his body to involuntarily slide to the side. Before he could stabilize himself, the cheetah pounced again. Lu Yi roughly understood that each transformation of the savage beast transformation had its own unique characteristics. Compared to the savage tiger transformation, Abdullah's speed had been greatly increased by the second transformation. He exhaled softly, and the flesh on his saber-wielding right arm began to wriggle. In an instant, saber light filled the sky. The spectating cultivators in the stands were dumbfounded, because at this moment the speed of the man and the beast's battle was so fast that they could not see clearly. In addition to the saber light filling the sky, there seemed to be countless Lu Yes and Abdullahs, each and every one of them competing with Abdullah. Even Honored Walnut's honored master could not tell which was the real body and which was the illusion without using his divine sense. Abdullah was extremely excited, but at the same time he was also shocked because he never thought that there would be such a person in this world. When he used the savage tiger transformation, his strength was inferior to his opponent's, but when he transformed into a cheetah, his opponent was actually able to keep up with his speed. If he had not personally experienced it, he would not have dared to believe that such a balanced cultivation existed in this world. Suddenly, the saber light filling the sky disappeared, along with the countless afterimages. In the center of the field, Lu Yi maintained his saber posture, but the place where he stood was already occupied by a giant python. The giant python raised its head in a spiral shape, flicking its forked tongue. The giant python's body suddenly contracted, and the surrounding space turned into a cage, obviously trying to bind Lu Yi. At this moment, Lu Ye's hair stood on end. If he was really bound like this, with the strength that Abdullah had shown before, even if he had other means, it would be difficult for him to use them. Activating the vertical sweep technique, he waved his saber to break the invisible, imprisoning force around him. Almost jumping out the moment, the giant python's body tightened. In this situation, unless he used his imperial item to draw the void spirit rune in advance, he could only use the vertical sweep technique to escape. When he leaped into the air and was about to pounce down, his eyes narrowed. The giant python had already disappeared and was replaced by an indomitable minotaur. It was as if an ox demon had transformed into a human form. Two inverted horns lingered with a cold light, and thick hair covered its entire body. Its body was more than 100 feet tall, and it brought about an extremely terrifying visual impact. The fourth transformation. A cultivator on the grandstand exclaimed, when Abdullah fought with Gusheng, the highest he could display was the 5 transformations of savage beasts. I never thought that he would have to display the 4 transformations of savage beasts against Lu Yi. I wonder if Lu Yi would be able to force him to his limits. The Minotaur demon, Abdullah, stared at Lu Yi with his scarlet eyes, then suddenly raised a foot and stomped on the ground. Without a sound, pitch-black cracks spread out in all directions from where he stomped, as if the entire space had been broken by his stomp. Lu Yi suddenly felt his vision turn upside down, immediately understanding that he had been affected by his opponent's move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Abdullah stretched out a large hand and swatted it at Lu Yi with a momentum that blotted out the sky. It looked like he was swatting at a buzzing mosquito. Although the arena was large, Lu Yi felt as if he couldn't dodge Abdullah's attack. He made a prompt decision and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his magic power ferociously poured into the mountain pan saber. He raised the saber high, and the blade shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, a giant saber shadow appeared. The size of the saber shadow was astonishing. The Minotaur demon's palm blotted out the sky, and the saber shadow slashed down at the same time. Heaven-splitting saber. The collision of magic power caused countless vortexes to appear in the arena, blurring the figures of the two combatants. Only the sonorous cry of a bird could be heard. When the spectators once again saw the scene in the arena, they were all shocked to discover that Abdullah had already used the 5th transformation of the savage beast transformation. He had turned into a golden-winged roc, and beside the roc there was a tiny figure fighting with him with a saber. The battle was extremely intense. Streaks of golden light shot out as the great Pung flapped its wings, but they couldn't harm Lu Yi at all. Instead, they were used by him, causing the golden-winged great Pung to be flustered. Lu Yi realized that each transformation of Abdullah's savage beast transformation was stronger than the previous one. There should be no order in this transformation. In other words, if the tiger transformation was Abdullah's 5th transformation, then the tiger transformation would be the strongest. At this moment, his 5th transformation was the golden-winged roc, so this form was the strongest. At this moment, the pressure Lu Yi felt from Abdullah's strength was much stronger than it had been in the beginning, but it was still within the range of what he could handle. Lu Yi was looking forward to Abdullah's 6th transformation. As far as he knew, the Savage Beast transformation's real name was the Savage Beast 9 transformations. In other words, there were a total of 9 transformations, so Lu Yi wanted to know how strong Abdullah would be in the 9th transformation. While he was thinking, Abdullah suddenly retreated. Lu Yi frowned slightly and didn't pursue. The golden-winged roc quickly shrunk and returned to Abdullah's appearance. His skin was now incomparably red, as if it was soaked in blood. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he spat out visible qi. Amazing! You're the second opponent besides Gu Sheng to withstand my 5th transformation. I want to see the 6th transformation. Lu Yi looked at him. Abdullah laughed loudly. That won't do. My foundation is not enough. If I use the 6th transformation, I'll lose my life. It's a desperate move. Lu Yi was stunned. Originally, he was wondering why Gu Sheng only used the 5th transformation in his fight with Abdullah if the Savage Beast transformation had 9 transformations. It turned out that there was such a reason. Even someone as strong as Abdullah could only use the 5th transformation. If he forcefully used the 6th transformation, even if he managed to kill his opponent, he wouldn't have a good ending. There was indeed a rule in place to protect the cultivators of both sides from losing their lives during the battle. But this protection did not apply to Abdullah, who had used his 6th transformation. The injuries a cultivator would receive during the battle were real and tangible. Once Abdullah used the 6th transformation, the huge damage to his foundation was enough to cause him to lose his life. That's a pity. Lu Yi felt a little regretful. He had a rough understanding of Abdullah's strength. He was stronger than Lionheart, so it seemed that Gu Sheng was about the same level. This made him feel a little disappointed. Was this the standard of the top 2 on the Yu Yao ranking? End of chapter. Chapter 1911. Just as Lu Yi was thinking about this, 5 explosive sounds suddenly rang out from Abdullah's body. Following the explosions, his aura became extremely dangerous. Lu Yi immediately understood that Abdullah's strongest form had appeared. He really couldn't use the 6th transformation. That was a secret technique he used to put his life on the line. Naturally, he couldn't use it to compete with Lu Yi, but that didn't mean he didn't have a stronger form. After the 5 transformations of the Savage Beast, Abdullah could also use another technique. With this technique, a portion of the improvements brought to him by each transformation would be stored in his body and would be unleashed at the same time at this moment. To put it simply, in this state, Abdullah had fused the buffs from the 5 transformations. Although there was a limit to the buffs, it was undoubtedly more powerful than the 5 transformations alone. Most importantly, it would not damage his foundation, and his life would not be in danger. Every time he fought with Gu Sheng, the victor would be decided in this kind of state. For so many years, only Gu Sheng could force him into the state. But today, Lu Yi had appeared. At this moment, Abdullah didn't have any of his beast form. Instead, he had returned to his original form, but his body seemed to be 30% larger. When Lu Yi looked at him, he felt as if his entire body had turned into a black hole, swallowing everything around him. What surprised Lu Yi even more was that an eye-catching symbol had suddenly appeared on Abdullah's forehead. It was a star-shaped pattern that felt strangely familiar to him. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, but he soon realized that Abdullah had also condensed the flower of the body. He was a cultivator who had reached the peak of the constellation realm. That's right, according to his understanding of the 3 flowers. This was a very ancient method that belonged to the cultivators of ancient times. The current cultivation environment wasn't suitable for the promotion of this ancient method, so the 3 flowers had long since been eliminated. However, the ancient barbarian world where the barbarians came from had always maintained the cultivation environment of the desolate era. As an outstanding member of the barbarians, it wasn't strange that Abdullah cultivated the 3 flowers. It could even be said that the barbarians were the most suitable to cultivate the 3 flowers in this world. Other cultivators who came from other parts of the starry sky didn't have such a convenient and unique environment. The appearance of the flower of the body meant that Abdullah was prepared to go all out. Lu Ye's expression turned serious. All of a sudden, the phenomena around Abdo vanished, and even the flower of the body disappeared. At this moment, Abdo returned to his normal state. Many of the cultivators in the stands were confused and instinctively thought that Abdullah's secret technique had failed, causing the phenomena to disappear. However, Lu Yi, who was directly facing him, knew that this wasn't a sign of the secret technique's failure. Instead, it was because Abdullah had perfect control over his own power that no external force leaked out. This is getting interesting. Lu Yi had been wondering why the top 2 experts on the Yueyao ranking were so weak, but now he knew that they were indeed quite capable. Let's fight. Abdullah softly spat out a few words. Just as his voice fell, his afterimage was still in place, but his real body had already arrived in front of Lu Yi. Wrapped in an unstoppable momentum, he punched towards Lu Yi. Compared to before, his speed was much faster. This punch almost brushed past Lu Yi's body. When the fist landed, it didn't spread any power, as if it was just an ordinary punch. However, Lu Yi, who was flying backwards, suddenly felt half of his body go numb. In the next instant, the space where he was originally standing shattered like a shattered mirror. Although it quickly recovered, he could still see the power of this punch. His heart trembled. He had only been grazed by the opponent's fist, but if he had been hit, even with his current physique, he would have been defeated immediately. Abdullah was definitely the strongest Yueyao he had ever seen. Compared to Lionheart, who he had killed in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, he was on a completely different level. After missing his punch, Abdullah pressed forward and punched again. This time, Lu Yi didn't retreat and raised his saber to meet the attack. The moment the fist and saber collided, a violent explosion resounded throughout the arena, but that was all. After a short while, the expressions of the cultivators in the spectator stands became strange, because the fighting state of the 2 in the fighting arena was rather strange at this moment. As far as the eye could see, their speed was not fast, far from the dazzling intensity from before. Even if it was only one constellation, one could still clearly see the attacks and defenses between them. What was even more strange and puzzling was that every time they clashed, only sounds would be heard. There was no leakage of transcendence energy, nor was there any dazzling light. The 2 figures, one big and one small, both had serious expressions on their faces. They were fighting very seriously. But to put it bluntly, Even a fight between cultivators in the spirit stream realm who had just started cultivating would be more interesting than a fight between these two. The constellations couldn't see much of it. They only felt that the fight between Lu Yi and Abdullah was far less exciting than the fight between Abdullah and Gusheng. If these two were to clash, it would be like lightning striking the earth, fighting in full swing, dazzling the spectators. Then they looked at what was in front of them. Yu Yao, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Beside Walnut, her master couldn't help but sit up straight. Her expression was solemn as she watched the fight in the arena, her face full of disbelief. These two guys, Master, what's wrong? Walnut had never seen her master reveal such an expression. Surprise, shock, and even some yearning? The woman stared at the two figures in the arena and exclaimed, "Sure enough, there are new talents in every generation. If these two can advance to the Sunshine Realm, their futures will definitely be limitless. No, with their current aptitude and foundation, advancing to the Sunshine Realm will definitely not be a problem." Walnut's eyes turned, and she deliberately said, "They're only fighting like this. How can Master see anything?" She vaguely sensed something, but due to her limited eyesight, she couldn't be sure, so she wanted to ask her master for some guidance. The woman said, "What do you know? Don't think that just because their fight isn't exciting, they can't do it. In fact, these two people's control of their own power has reached an unimaginable level. That's why there aren't any aftershocks in their every clash, because none of their power is wasted. Just this point alone is something that not many people in the starry sky can achieve." "Then what about you, Master?" Walnut asked. The woman didn't say anything. If it were under normal circumstances, she would naturally be able to achieve this. But if she was fighting with an opponent of similar strength, it was simply impossible. This was because if the opponent's strength was on par with hers, she would have to fight with her life on the line. Under such circumstances, who could completely control their own power, she couldn't do it, but the two guys below could. Just this point alone made her inferior to those two little guys. In the arena, Abdullah's expression was incomparably serious, but the surprise in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Lu Yi being able to withstand his 5 beast transformations was already shocking enough, but who would have thought that he couldn't do anything to the other party in this state? It should be known that even Gusheng wouldn't dare to face him head-on in this state. Of course, Gusheng was a Dharma cultivator and would never be able to compete with him in this way. But this human opposite him had done it. He had used a secret technique. But what about the other party? From beginning to end, he had never seen the other party use a secret technique that could increase his strength. In other words, the strength that the other party was displaying at this moment was something that he already possessed in his normal state. This was simply too shocking. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he suddenly saw the aura on Lu Ye's body change. In an instant, Abdullah couldn't help but feel an extreme sense of danger. He knew that Lu Yi was about to use a killing move, so he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately focused his attention on the attack. But what made him feel strange was that Lu Yi didn't show any signs of using a killing move. He continued to slash down with his saber, just like before. As Abdullah raised his arm to block, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched at Lu Ye's chest. The moment the Pan Mountain saber came into contact with Abdullah's arm, Lu Ye's right hand, along with the Pan Mountain saber, suddenly began to vibrate violently. This vibration was difficult to detect unless it came into direct contact. From an outsider's point of view, Lu Ye's saber didn't seem to have changed at all. Blood splattered. Abdullah's expression was somewhat stunned, and the spectating cultivators in the stands cried out in alarm. Abdullah was injured. The supreme powerhouse of Yu Yao, whose body was so powerful that it made cultivators of the same level feel despair, was actually injured. This was something that not even Gusheng could accomplish. In the past, when Abdullah and Gusheng fought, there were always times when Gusheng was injured, but Abdullah had never been injured. This was because all of Gusheng's techniques were unable to harm his terrifyingly tough body. Gusheng had always won because Abdullah could no longer maintain his 5 transformations secret art. Although this secret art was powerful, the more powerful it was, the more energy it consumed. Abdullah couldn't maintain it for too long. But today, that ordinary saber strike had injured Abdullah and caused him to bleed. His blood wasn't a normal red, but a dark red that leaned toward black. This was a unique characteristic of the barbarian tribe. This unprecedented battle, this incomprehensible battle, instantly ignited the passion of all the cultivators in the stands. The battle between these two wasn't very exciting, but there was no doubt that this simple and unadorned battle contained great danger. The pain from his arm didn't affect Abdullah in the slightest. He ignored it and punched out with even more power. Lu Yi had no time to retreat. Layers of Holy Guardian Spirit inscriptions appeared on his chest. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen layers. As a late-stage Yao cultivator, any one of his Holy Guardian Spirit inscriptions could block an attack from a Yao of the same level. But against Abdullah, he didn't dare to be careless. If not for the lack of time, he would have inscribed more than a dozen layers. With a crash, Abdullah's punch shattered all the layers of Holy Guardian Spirit inscriptions. Lu Ye's chest shook violently. End of chapter. Chapter 1912. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Abdullah's fist landed on Lu Ye's chest. Walnut didn't dare to look directly at it. She had long heard of Abdullah's strength. Would Lu Yi be able to withstand this punch? However, she relaxed in the next moment because Lu Yi was able to withstand it. She vaguely saw something flash in front of Lu Ye's chest before Abdullah's fist landed. Spirit runes. Walnut exclaimed. She wasn't ignorant. On the contrary, after so many years in the Azura arena, she was much more knowledgeable than the average Yao. However, wasn't the speed at which the spirit runes were constructed a little too quickly? From the looks of it, the spirit runes were probably used for defense. Otherwise, Lu Yi wouldn't have been unharmed. Lu Yi wasn't as calm as he appeared. Abdullah's fist was very hard. Even though he'd protected himself with more than 10 layers of divine defense, the punch still caused his blood to surge. Moreover, this was a weakened attack. One could only imagine what would have happened to him if he hadn't protected himself with divine defense. His body shook slightly before returning to normal. Then he slashed down again. Abdullah's expression changed. He hesitated for a moment between dodging this attack or blocking it. He immediately chose the former. He didn't have much time. With the support of his secret technique, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Therefore, he had to end this battle quickly. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to Yao in terms of physical strength. Even though he sensed that Lu Yi had used spirit runes to block his attack, he still believed that he would be the one to last until the end. Injury for injury. Let's see who gives up first. When the Pan Mountain saber descended, it once again began to vibrate intensely. In the previous battle against Lionheart, Lu Yi had suffered a similar loss. Lionheart had tempered his body to the point that it was too tough. Coupled with the protection of his magic power, Lu Yi found it difficult to break through his opponent's body. Otherwise, Lionheart wouldn't have been able to escape to the island of versatility. He would have been killed long ago in Zixian. Therefore, ever since that battle, Lu Yi had been considering a problem. What would he do if he encountered an opponent like Lionheart in the future? The Pan Mountain blade was sharp enough. With the support of the Divine Edge spirit runes, it would become even sharper. However, there would always be defenses in this world that he couldn't break through. All this time, he hadn't thought of a good solution, until one day, he suddenly remembered an item from the mortal world. It was a saw used for logging. Using a wooden saw to chop down a tree. Even if it was just a small sapling, it might not succeed. But what if it was sawing back and forth with a wooden saw? Even a towering tree couldn't stop a small wooden saw. Now that he had an idea, the rest was easy. Lu Yi had spent half a year on the journey from the 10,000 Elephant Sea to the Azura star field. He had thought that this was just a simple trick, so it wouldn't be difficult to perfect it. However, as he explored deeper, he realized that it wasn't easy to do so. When fighting against a strong opponent, there was a limit to the amount of time the Pan Mountain blade could make contact with the enemy's body. If he wanted to break through the enemy's defense, he had to complete his plan in that instant. For this reason, Lu Yi spent a lot of time and effort. After many attempts, he finally managed to barely complete it before arriving at the Azura Star region. This was no longer a simple trick. Strictly speaking, this was a kind of saber technique. Lu Yi named it Vibrating Blade. Lu Yi immediately noticed that Abdullah's physique was even stronger than Lionheart's, so ordinary methods couldn't break through his defenses. Only Vibrating Blade had hope. Sure enough, he was pleasantly surprised. Even Abdullah's physique couldn't withstand Vibrating Blade's attacks. To him, as long as he could injure the enemy, victory was basically decided. Abdullah's method of exchanging injury for injury was exactly what he wanted. The battle suddenly became fierce. Two figures moved and flipped in the battle arena. Sabers and fists intersected. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Abdullah suddenly jumped back and raised his hand. "I'm done." Lu Yi, who was about to give chase, stopped and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had also suffered some internal injuries in that fierce battle, but they weren't serious. The main problem was that his blood was surging and he couldn't suppress it. On the other hand, Abdullah had countless wounds all over his body. His entire body was dripping with blood. At this moment, the corners of Abdullah's eyes twitched violently. The reason he dared to exchange injury for injury with Lu Yi was that his physique was stronger than Lu Ye's and his recovery speed was faster. With his powerful physique, these superficial wounds didn't affect him at all and could be healed in the blink of an eye. However, what puzzled him was that the injuries on his body showed no signs of recovery at all. Under careful observation, he could even sense a strange power around his wounds. It was this power that was hindering the recovery of his injuries. Admittedly, these injuries looked miserable, but they didn't affect him much. However, he couldn't hold on any longer. The duration of his secret technique was about to end. At that time, without the support of the 5 transformations, his strength would be greatly weakened and he wouldn't be Lu Ye's opponent at all. Retreating at the right time was his only choice. In the stands, Tian Yen was gloating. "That dog just used me as an excuse. Now he's tasting the bitter fruit, huh?" He had experienced it personally and knew the consequences of being injured by Lu Ye's saber. "I concede," Abdullah shouted, his figure disappearing as soon as he finished speaking. After a brief moment of shock, the many cultivators in the stands suddenly burst into a burst of exclamations. Hua Do jumped 3 feet into the air. She won. Moreover, the benefits of this victory would definitely be greater than before because there were too many cultivators watching this battle. Even if only a small portion of them placed their bets, how many of them would bet on Lu Yi like her and her master? Abdullah was defeated. Abdullah, who had always competed with Gu Sheng for the top of the Moon Jade ranking and was invincible except for Gu Sheng, was defeated by a weapon cultivator who popped out of nowhere. Before this, almost no one had seen this weapon cultivator of the human clan. This kind of shock made all the cultivators watching the battle unable to recover for a long time. Then they thought of something even more exciting. Now that the weapon cultivator of the human clan had defeated Abdullah and risen to 2nd place on the Moon Jade ranking, would he continue to challenge Gu Sheng? Could he defeat him? If he could, wouldn't it mean that the true top of the Moon Jade ranking was about to be born? From now on, no one would be able to shake his position. Countless cultivators scrambled to send messages, inquiring about the weapon cultivator of the human clan. Unfortunately, because Lu Yi hid his name and origin in the arena, no one knew where he came from or what his name was. In the arena, as Abdullah's figure disappeared, Lu Ye's figure also quickly disappeared, returning to his cave residence. On the other side, Abdullah suddenly appeared in Gu Sheng's cave residence. Gu Sheng was still lying there in his underpants. Sensing Abdullah's aura, he said with some dissatisfaction, "What took you so long? Has Tianyan become stronger?" He knew Tianyan's strength very well. Tianyan would sometimes challenge him because he was second on the Moon Jade ranking. Logically speaking, Abdullah should not have needed so much time to deal with Tianyan, unless Tianyan had become much stronger. However, this was not impossible. In this Azura field, it was common for people to suddenly obtain a fortuitous encounter and greatly increase their strength. Abdullah didn't know how to speak. When he received the challenge, he said something about going and coming back, but he was beaten up violently when he went. Gu Sheng suddenly sensed that something was wrong, because with Abdullah's return, the cave residence was filled with a thick, bloody smell. He turned his head to look and his eyes widened. He slowly got up and sized Abdullah up for a while, then he was extremely shocked. "Tianyan is so strong now. How did he beat you up like this?" At this moment, Abdullah's aura was somewhat weak. This was undoubtedly the after effect of using a secret technique. Moreover, his entire body was covered in wounds. The flesh and blood of those wounds were overturned, and blood flowed as if it couldn't be stopped. He looked extremely miserable. "Tianyan is nothing." Abdullah curled his lips. "It's not Tianyan." Gu Sheng was stunned, then immediately realized, "No, Tianyan doesn't use weapons. Your injuries really weren't left by Tianyan." He hurriedly took out the Azura token to check, then looked up in shock. "You lost." Gu Sheng was shocked. When he saw Abdullah's injuries, he was somewhat gloating because he had never seen him like this before. But after checking the Yu Yao ranking, he was shocked to find that Abdullah had fallen to third place. A person he had never seen before had replaced Abdullah's ranking. "Who is this person?" Gu Sheng asked. Abdullah scratched his face. "I don't know where he came from." "You were beaten up like this, and you don't know his name?" "I was too excited and forgot to ask." Abdullah was slightly embarrassed. Then he waved his hand. "I'm injured, but he's not much better. My 2 iron fists hammered him until he spat out 3 liters of blood and was heavily injured. If it wasn't for my secret technique's time being up, I wouldn't have lost to him." Gu Sheng glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "So he's supporting himself with a heavily injured body and didn't rest at all before challenging me?" "He challenged you?" Abdullah asked in shock. Gu Sheng nodded. He was now first place on the Yu Yao ranking, so the only person he could challenge was the second place. Abdullah's eyes darted around. Then he urged, "Don't panic, he's very strong, but after fighting with me, he's less than 1/10 of his strength. You go and kill him. I'll wait here to celebrate with you." Gu Sheng frowned as he looked at him. Although he felt that Abdullah was exaggerating, he understood Abdullah's strength. He didn't believe that someone on the Yu Yao ranking could take down Abdullah without any injuries. So, it was true that Abdullah was injured, but he didn't know how much strength he had left. It just so happened that he was also heavily injured, so neither of them could take advantage of the other. Moreover, as the first place, there was no reason for him not to accept a challenge. He immediately nodded and said, "Then I'll be right back." As he spoke, he put on his clothes, accepted the challenge, and disappeared. Abdullah stood in place and sniffed, then grimaced. End of chapter. Chapter 1913. Abdallah did not have to wait for long. In just half an incense stick's time, Gu Sheng's figure reappeared in the cave, covered in blood. He cursed at Abdallah. "Are you King sick in the head? Didn't he say that he would smash the opponent until he had less than 1/10 of his strength left?" Although he knew that Abdallah was exaggerating, he did not expect him to be bluffing. There was not a single trace of injury on the human cultivator's body. Moreover, after using his Fali, his speed was extremely fast. On the other hand, Gu Sheng, who was heavily injured, could not dodge at all. After fighting for a while, he was forced out of the cave by a few slashes. If Gu Sheng was at his peak, he would not have lost so quickly. His strength was on par with Abdalio's. If Abdalio was not a match for the human cultivator, he probably would not have been able to either. However, he should have been able to hold on for a while. In the end, he was the one who suffered a few slashes and was bleeding profusely. He did not even manage to find out the other party's strength. Abdalio turned a deaf ear to Gu Sheng's curses. He frowned and pondered for a long time before he said in surprise, "So he really did not use his full strength?" When he fought with Lu Yi, he had a feeling that Lu Ye's strength was increasing step by step as he used the savage beast transformation. The other party did not seem to be in a hurry to determine the victor. He seemed to want to hone himself in such a battle. This was not unusual. Basically, many experts who are confident in their strength would do this when faced with a suitable opponent. Abdalio did the same when he fought for the first time. Because it was difficult to find an opponent, he enjoyed every battle with an expert. The most obvious evidence was the strange blade technique that his opponent had used. It was a powerful blade technique that could injure him, a berserker who had practiced the ancient techniques. His opponent could have used it right from the start, but he did not. It was only when his opponent realized that his strength could no longer improve that he began to use a heavy blow. Before that, he had maintained a state of being evenly matched with his opponent to fight against him. If the other party could do this, it meant that the other party's limit was higher and stronger than his. Abdalio's eyes lit up. All this time, he had been digging deep into Yu Yao's potential. If not for this, with his foundation, he would have been promoted to Rizhao long ago. He could feel that he still had potential that had not been dug out, but because there was no suitable opponent, he could not do as he wished. However, the appearance of the human tribe's weapon cultivator had given him a glimmer of hope. If the human tribe's weapon cultivator could be so strong, why couldn't he? A sound came from the side. It was Gu Sheng who had fallen onto the bed. His old injuries had yet to heal, and now there were new ones. Gu Sheng felt very tired. Most importantly, he could already feel that there was a strange power entangling around his wounds, hindering his recovery. Countless cultivators were shaken in the Yu Yao battlefield. There was no other reason. Gu Sheng and Abd Luo's era of dominating the Yu Yao ranking had come to an end. Ever since these two fellows came to the Azura battlefield, only the two of them had taken turns to occupy the top spot. The others simply didn't have the qualifications. Until today, he had been replaced by a human weapon cultivator of unknown origin. This person first fought Abd Luo. After a fierce battle, Abd Luo was no match for him and voluntarily admitted defeat. After that, he immediately fought Gu Sheng. His victory against Gu Sheng was a clean one. The spectating cultivators could all see that Gu Sheng seemed to be heavily injured, so he was unable to display much of his strength. That human weapon cultivator could defeat Abd Luo in his peak condition, so naturally defeating the heavily injured Gu Sheng would be a piece of cake. A new era had arrived. Countless people wanted to know the identity and origin of the new weapon cultivator. Unfortunately, because Lu Yi had not been in the Azura battlefield for long, he had not interacted with many people in depth, so the information he could gather was pitifully little. At the same time, in the cave residence, Lu Yi rested for a moment before receiving a message from Walnut. Walnut wanted to meet him at the plaza of the treasury. Lu Yi was instantly filled with anticipation. After fighting in the battlefield for so long, it was finally time to split the spoils. He took out the Azura token and appeared in the treasury with a thought. Just as he steadied himself, he heard a familiar voice from the side. "Over here." Lu Yi turned his head and saw Walnut waving at him while jumping up and down. Beside her stood a dignified woman. He had seen this woman before. Every time Walnut entered the battlefield, this woman was always with her, so their relationship must be quite extraordinary. Lu Yi stepped forward and nodded at Walnut, then looked at the woman. Walnut introduced her. "This is my master." Lu Ye's heart trembled. Walnut had Yu Yao's cultivation, so her master must be Rizhao. The woman smiled. My name is Nan Lian. Lu Yi bowed. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Nan Lian smiled. You're quite good. She had been in the battlefield for so many years, but she had never seen someone so pleasing to the eye. Thanks to Lu Yi, she was now quite wealthy. Of course, this was only secondary. The main reason was that during the process of betting with Lu Yi, she had experienced the joy of squandering money like it was dirt. If she won, her net worth would skyrocket, but if she lost, everything would come to an end. This was extremely helpful in tempering her mental state. Walnut excitedly said, Fellow Taoist, take a guess. According to the Azura contract, how many Azura seals will you get this time? Lu Yi could tell from her expression that she had gained quite a bit, so she casually said, 1 million. Walnut smiled and raised 3 slender fingers. More than 3,670,000. This was also because she had too little starting capital and not enough people had bet on the last battle. Otherwise, she would have won even more. Looking at all of Lu Ye's fights, the one she won the most was undoubtedly the fight between Lu Yi and Abdullah. In that fight, apart from a few strange people who placed their bets on Lu Yi, only the master and disciple pair had placed their bets on Abdullah. After all, who would have thought that a never-before-seen human cultivator could beat Abdullah to the point of admitting defeat? Lu Ye's share of the Azura seals was 3,670,000, which meant that her overall profit would be double this number. After all, they had agreed to split it 50-50. Of course, Azura seals couldn't be directly traded, so Lu Yi could only obtain the rights to these Azura seals. What does fellow Taoist want to buy? I'll go buy it for you right now. Walnut asked, Help me exchange for some treasures that can increase the quality of my magic source, Lu Yi said. Walnut understood. This kind of treasure was something that all cultivators above Yuyao needed, so Lu Ye's request was normal. She nodded and said, Then, fellow Taoist, please wait here for a moment. After saying this, the two of them disappeared. Lu Yi quietly waited on the side. Not long after, Walnut and her master reappeared. She handed a storage ring to Lu Yi. I casually exchanged for some things. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. No need. Lu Yi put away the storage ring. With the Azura contract, Walnut couldn't do anything unless she didn't want to live anymore. As Walnut spoke, she took out another item and handed it to Lu Yi. This is a gift from my master. Lu Yi looked at it and saw that it was a large piece of green spirit moon essence. He had seen this thing in the treasury before and vaguely remembered that its price was 380,000 Azura seals. The piece in front of him was larger than the one he had seen before, so he roughly estimated that it was worth at least 500,000 Azura seals. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Then, many thanks. Although there was a saying that one should not receive a reward for nothing, Nan Lian had always bet with her disciple on Lu Yi. The amount of Azura seals she earned was much more than her disciple, so what was the big deal about giving him a piece of green spirit moon essence? Lu Yi knew this, so he didn't refuse. After all, he had a huge need for this kind of treasure. Now that he had one more piece, he might be able to save a lot of trouble in the future. Nan Lian smiled gently. No need. Thanks to you, I'm very rich now. She didn't hide anything and spoke the truth. Does fellow Taoist have time? Walnut asked from the side. What's wrong? Lu Yi looked at her. Walnut giggled. If fellow Taoist has time, I'd like to invite you for a drink. It was rare to meet a character like Lu Yi. Her honored master had also told her to interact with him as much as possible. Perhaps one day she would need his help. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, I used up a lot of energy in the battle just now. Of course, he wasn't interested in drinking. Moreover, it was 2 women he wasn't familiar with. Wouldn't it be awkward if he didn't have anything to say? Walnut understood. Then next time, when fellow Taoist has time, just call me. Lu Yi didn't refuse. Walnut and her disciple bid farewell and left. But before they left, Nan Lian suddenly thought of something and turned to Lu Yi. "All right, if you have nothing to do, you can go to the Bounty Hall and take a look. Maybe you'll gain something. But if you really want to go, I advise you to change your appearance. Otherwise, you'll be hated by others." Bounty Hall. Of course, Lu Yi knew this place. This was the place where the cultivators of the Azura field issued all kinds of bounty missions. The reward for a mission was Azura seals, but cultivators couldn't set the price themselves. The Azura field determined the reward based on the difficulty of the mission. This was undoubtedly to prevent cultivators from transferring Azura seals through this method. After all, if a cultivator could set the price themselves, they could issue a very simple mission and set a very high reward for their own people to accept. Why did Nan Lian want him to go to the Bounty Hall? Moreover, she wanted him to change his appearance. However, Lu Yi could feel that she didn't have any ill intentions towards him. In fact, she was full of goodwill and appreciation because he helped her win a lot of Azura seals. After thinking about it, Lu Yi decided to take a look at the Bounty Hall. In any case, he had nothing to do at the moment. As for refining the treasures that could increase the quality of his source of magic power, he had the innate skill tree, so it wasn't difficult at all. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the Bounty Hall. Instead, he returned to his cave. Since Nan Lian wanted him to change his appearance, he would obediently do as she said. This was something he was very familiar with. End of chapter. Chapter 1914. With the support of the Thousand Faces spirit inscriptions, Lu Ye's appearance changed greatly. Even his body became shorter, turning him into a stocky man with a long beard. With the activation of the pseudo-spirit inscriptions, his magic power fluctuations were concealed to the level of a mid-stage moon jade realm cultivator. He then put away the mountain plate saber, and a standard body cultivator was born. Only then did he take out the Azura token. With a thought, he arrived at the Bounty Hall. This was his first time here. When he looked up, he saw a huge dome hanging above his head. When he looked around, he couldn't see the end of the Bounty Hall. This was clearly a huge sealed space, and he didn't know where it was located in the heavenly Azura realm. There were many cultivators shuttling back and forth, and it was very lively. Under Lu Ye's observation, the entire Bounty Hall was divided into regions. Each region had a number arranged in order of A, B, C, and D. In these regions, there were small hidden rooms, and outside the rooms there were also numbers. Many of these small rooms had cultivators going in and out. Gue Yi had told Lu Yi about this before, so Lu Yi naturally knew that those small rooms were for cultivators to discuss the details of their missions. If there were missions to be issued, there would naturally be missions to be accepted. Everyone would agree on which small room to meet and discuss in detail. He looked around, found a corner, and stood there. Only then did he immerse himself in checking his Azura token. The Azura token had a very comprehensive function in the Azura realm. Cultivators couldn't do without this special token in all aspects. Inside the Bounty Hall, cultivators could use the Azura token to investigate all kinds of bounty missions. Lu Yi activated his magic power and immersed his mind. A translucent light screen appeared in his vision. The light screen seemed to be floating in front of him, and there was a list of information on it. This was undoubtedly a bounty mission. Lu Yi took a closer look and found that the first mission was related to the Azura field. Provide any concrete information about the Azura realm's location, and the reward is 80 million Azura seals. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. There was no doubt that this bounty had been issued by Rizhao. After all, 80 million Azura seals wasn't something that just anyone could take out. Only Rizhao had the capital to do so. Before he came, he knew that many experts were interested in the Azura realm. Since ancient times, countless people had been looking for this treasure, but they had never found any concrete clues. Everyone knew that the Azura realm was hidden in the Azura realm, but the key was that they couldn't find it. This was because as long as anyone entered the Azura field's range, they would directly appear in the heavenly Azura realm. After leaving the heavenly Azura realm, they would enter the training scene again. No one knew what the real Azura Star field was like. This mission had probably been issued for a long time, but no one could swallow it, even though 80 million Azura seals was a lot. Lu Yi looked further. The reward for killing Zhao Kong was 58,560,000 Azura seals. For killing Hu Yingying, the reward was 42 million Azura seals. The reward for killing Ma Bin was 56,900,000 Azura seals. Lu Yi looked further and saw that all the bounties above 10 million were required to kill a cultivator. He even saw Bru and Gu Sheng's names among the bounties. The two of them had accumulated a bounty of almost 10 million. He wondered what they had done to make the world angry and resentful. How was this a bounty list? This was a hunting list. However, Lu Ye's gaze fell on the third name, Ma Bin. Was this Ma Bin the Ma Bin he knew? Or was it just the same name? The name Ma Bin wasn't rare, and there were many people in the human race. The one who could be in this position was undoubtedly Ri Zhao, and a very powerful one at that. Lu Yi faintly felt that this Ma Bin might be the previous 9 prefectures senior he had met once. Even so, he couldn't help much. The confrontation between Ri Zhao and Ri Zhao wasn't something he could get involved in now. It seemed that after Ma Bin killed Ri Zhao in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, he came to the Azura realm. Otherwise, why would there be a bounty for him here? He now had some understanding of the previous 9 prefectures. He didn't know why Ma Bin killed Ri Zhao in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, but now he had some insight. Collecting his thoughts, Lu Yi continued to look. After the 10 million bounties, there was a huge gap. After that, there was no need to kill a cultivator. It was just some ordinary bounty missions, so there wasn't any accumulated bounties. There were many types of missions. Some were to ask someone to refine medicine, some were to find someone to explore a training scene, and some were to find lost friends and family. Lu Yi was puzzled. Why did Nan Lian ask him to come to the bounty hall? These missions didn't seem to have anything to do with him. However, as he looked, he suddenly saw a mission and his eyes lit up. A strange poison that devours blood and vitality. The source of the poison is unknown. The poisoned person's blood and vitality will deteriorate. They can only use high-quality blood and vitality pills to prolong their life. The reward is 300,000 Azura seals. This mission was undoubtedly suitable for him. Under the powerful burning power of the talent tree, no matter what kind of strange poison it would be dealt with. 300,000 Azura seals was already a lot. He only got a little more than 100,000 from his previous training. If he took this mission, it would be equivalent to 2 training sessions. Coming here was the right choice. There was a pleasant surprise. However, after thinking about it, Lu Yi felt that something was wrong. Nan Lian asked him to come here and specifically told him to change his appearance. She definitely didn't want him to take this mission. She couldn't have known that he had the talent tree and could cure poisons. Therefore, this was just an unexpected gain. Nan Lian must have another reason for telling him this. However, it had to be said that there were actually quite a few missions to help people detoxify. A strange poison that could render a cultivator helpless was obviously not that easy to deal with. Perhaps Ri Zhao had the ability to do so, but if he really had the ability, why would he care about the bounty? Lu Yi secretly remembered these missions and prepared to take them when he returned. After looking for a long time, Lu Yi finally understood why Nan Lian had asked him to come here. It was because there was a large row of missions on the bounty board that were almost exactly the same. The description of the mission was, during the Lunar Jade ranking battle, you were injured by someone with a blade. The injury is strange and difficult to heal. It is suspected that you are poisoned. The reward is 30,000 Azura seals. Lu Yi immediately knew what was going on. Wasn't he the one who had been injured by someone with a blade during the Lunar Jade ranking battle? Those who had been injured by him all had the power of Fong lingering around their wounds. It was normal for them to mistakenly think that they were poisoned. The power of Fong was too strange. If Lu Yi wasn't the owner of the Fong blade, he probably wouldn't have thought that there was such a disgusting power in this world. In fact, the power of Fong was not unsolvable. If one's cultivation was high enough, they could forcibly suppress and remove it. For example, Tian Yen had asked Rizhao from his clan for help. However, it was very difficult for Rizhao to do so. It required time and energy, and the simplest way was to ignore it. The power of Fong lasted for a certain period of time. Lu Yi didn't know how long it lasted, but he was sure that it wouldn't be too long. When the time was up, it would naturally disappear. But who dared to ignore it? Anyone with such injuries and constant bleeding would be terrified. Naturally, it was better to deal with it as soon as possible and feel at ease. Nan Lian must have inadvertently seen or heard about these missions. That was why she told Lu Yi to come to the Bounty Hall. She felt that since these people's injuries were caused by Lu Ye's poison, there must be a corresponding way to detoxify it. As for changing their appearance, that was for sure. Who would poison someone and specially accept a bounty mission to detoxify someone? If they really did that, they would be inviting jealousy and hatred. But a bounty of 30,000 Azura seals, who were they looking down on? Lu Yi was indignant, but he also knew that the amount of the bounty was not determined by the will of the cultivator. This was the amount set by the Azura arena. So what if it was 30,000? Fortunately, there were many missions. Lu Yi made a rough calculation. He had fought in more than 200 battles, which meant that more than 200 cultivators had been injured by him. There were only a little more than 100 missions here. Obviously, not everyone had come here to post missions, but it didn't matter. As long as the news of him completing this mission spread, there should be more missions. 30,000 for one mission was not much, but what about 100 or 200? This was the rhythm of becoming rich. Lu Ye's mind became active. He hadn't even been in the Azura arena for a month, but he had already received 3 to 4 million Azura seals from Walnut. He could also earn a few million Azura seals from his side. If he could do this repeatedly, wouldn't he become rich quickly? Maybe he could even save up enough Azura seals to exchange for the Azura arena's treasures. But he also knew that this was just a thought, because even if he left the Azura arena, he would not start from the beginning the next time he came in. The Azura arena would record his ranking on the Yu Yao ranking and his previous performances. The next time he came in, they would arrange a suitable ranking for him. Therefore, he could only start from the beginning once, unless he advanced to the Sunshine Realm. With a thought, Lu Yi accepted a bounty mission through the Azura token. Soon, the Azura token vibrated. Lu Yi checked it and found that it was a cultivator he had never contacted or interacted with. This was undoubtedly the Azura arena's rules. After accepting a mission, Lu Yi could communicate with the cultivator who issued the mission for a short period of time. There was no need to exchange imprints. The other party was undoubtedly anxious because his injuries had not healed. In this state, he could not participate in the training. He did not even know if he would die from blood loss one day. Lu Yi looked left and right and gave the other party a number. Then he put away the Azura token and walked over. There was a small, secluded room with the door wide open. It was no doubt empty and could be used for a while. End of chapter. Chapter 1915. In a small room in the bounty hall, Lu Yi, who had changed his appearance, sat upright and waited quietly. In the corner of the room, there was another figure. It was his precious blood clone. At this moment, the clone's position was concealed by a formation. Even if someone came in, they wouldn't be able to notice the abnormality if their eyesight wasn't good enough. The mountain coiling blade was placed across the clone's knee. The power of brightness was very simple to deal with. He only needed to use the mountain coiling blade, which was transformed from the Fong blade. However, since Lu Yi had changed his appearance, he naturally couldn't show his true body, so he came up with this method. After waiting for a moment, a figure hurriedly rushed in, wrapped in the smell of blood. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." The person cupped his fists and bowed. Lu Yi looked up and found that the newcomer was indeed familiar. It should be an opponent that he had injured in a battle. As for his name, he really didn't know. There had been too many cultivators challenging him recently. Apart from a few who were strong enough, how could he remember the names of others? Sit. Lu Yi gestured with his hand. The cultivator immediately sat in front of Lu Yi and said, "Fellow Taoist, my injuries were caused by the New Moon Jade Roll Champion. It seems like I was poisoned, but it doesn't seem like it." He obviously wanted to explain his injuries in detail to Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised his hand and stopped him. "I understand the situation. Give me your hand." The cultivator quickly stretched out his hand. Lu Yi reached out and grabbed it. Then he urged his magic power and instructed, "Relax your mind. Don't resist." The other party didn't suspect anything. No one dared to act recklessly in this place, so he wasn't worried that Lu Yi would harm him. He immediately relaxed his mind and allowed Lu Ye's magic power to enter his body. After a moment, he felt Lu Ye's magic power circulating in his body, but his injuries showed no signs of improvement. He couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist, can you do it?" Logically speaking, since the other party had accepted the mission, they must be confident in completing it. If they failed to complete the mission after accepting it, there would be a corresponding punishment. The amount of Azura seals the bounty was worth would be deducted from the other party. The injuries on his body were extremely strange, and he could not suppress them with his cultivation. He even tried to cut off his injured flesh, but it was to no avail. Even if he cut off his injured flesh, there was still that strange power lingering on the new wounds. Lu Yi looked up at him, then gently tapped his wrist with her finger. "Break." As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivator's body shook, because he clearly felt that the strange power in his wound had completely dissipated at this moment, and his entire body suddenly became much more relaxed. His eyes couldn't help but widen greatly, and he moved his muscles and bones to check his injuries. When he discovered that his injuries had already begun to heal, he was instantly overjoyed and praised. "Fellow Taoist is really amazing." He didn't understand how Lu Yi did it, but it was a fact that his problem had been solved. Those 30,000 Azura seals were well spent. Even his attitude towards Lu Yi changed. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist. May I ask for your name?" A person with such strange abilities was undoubtedly worth making friends with. Who knew if he would encounter similar troubles in the future? If he could establish a relationship with him, he wouldn't have to be afraid of anything in the future. Lu Yi waved his hand in an unfathomable manner and didn't say anything. When the cultivator saw this, he knew what Lu Yi meant. Although it was a pity, he still thanked him and took his leave. After he left, Lu Yi began to check his Azura command and found that there were indeed 30,000 Azura seals in it. This money was really easy to earn. He immediately accepted another bounty and waited quietly. Time passed, and one after another, the cultivators who had fought with him in the battle arena came in and out. Lu Yi first dealt with one bounty before accepting another, but after a while he found that this was too inefficient, so he simply accepted all the bounty missions at once. Then he sent a message to the cultivators who issued the bounties, telling them to come to the small room here. As a result, an extremely strange phenomenon appeared in the bounty hall. Outside a small room, many cultivators lined up and slowly walked forward. Some of the cultivators who didn't know what was going on went to inquire and soon understood the whole story. There were more than 100 bounty missions, and it took Lu Yi almost a day to deal with them. It wouldn't take too long to solve the problem, but he had to put on an act to make others feel that the 30,000 Azura seals were worth it. After dealing with the first batch of bounties, Lu Yi looked at the bounty board again and found that there were a few more similar bounties. Obviously, these people found out that someone could cure the strange saber wound, so they all used their Azura seals to issue missions. Lu Yi didn't refuse any of them and accepted them all. After dealing with this batch, there were a few more bounties on the bounty board. Lu Yi busied himself nonstop and the number of Azura seals increased at an impressive rate. His mood gradually became better. Finally, when the number of Azura seals exceeded 6 million, there were no more similar missions on the bounty board. The number was a bit off, but it was more or less the same. After all, not everyone needed him to cure the power of brightness. Some people didn't know about this, so they naturally didn't issue any missions, and some people could ask their elders for help. Just as Lu Yi was about to accept the mission to cure the poison, the light at the door suddenly dimmed, and then someone stepped in. It wasn't one person, but two people. One of them was extremely tall and burly, and he walked in front, blocking the figure of the second person. Lu Yi looked up and blinked his eyes. The two people who had come were none other than Abro and Gu Sheng. When he didn't see them before, Lu Yi thought that the two of them had asked their elders for help to solve the power of brightness. Whether it was the barbarian race or the Yellow Dragon realm, there must be a Rizhao resident in the Azura field. Who would have thought that they didn't? And they didn't issue any bounty missions, but directly came to find him. After entering the small room, Abro looked at Lu Yi condescendingly with a look of amazement. Gu Sheng also flashed out from behind him, but he didn't look at Lu Yi. Instead, he looked in the direction of the precious blood avatar. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. This Gu Sheng's perception was very strong. He had already concealed the precious blood avatar with an array, so basically no one who came in before found it. However, Gu Sheng saw it immediately, which showed how strong his perception was. Abro suddenly made a sound of surprise and looked at Lu Yi more carefully, as if he wanted to see through his disguise. Hearing his voice, Gu Sheng finally turned his head with a serious expression. Lu Yi frowned. He didn't know what these two guys wanted to do. After a long while, Abro tilted his head slightly and whispered to Gu Sheng, "Are you mistaken?" "There can't be a mistake," Gu Sheng whispered back. "If you're not mistaken, then this is too flawless. Did you see anything?" "I didn't see anything." "Trash," Abro reprimanded mercilessly. "You saw it. I didn't either." Lu Yi frowned and said, "Fellow Taoists, what's the matter?" Did these two really think that he couldn't hear them whispering like this? Abro grinned and sat directly in front of Lu Yi. He put his hands on his knees and looked at him with a burning gaze. "Hello, fellow Taoist. We meet again." Lu Ye's expression didn't change. "What do you mean?" Abro chuckled. "Fellow Taoist, you know what I mean. Why do you have to pretend?" Lu Yi frowned and stared at Abro. He didn't know if the other party had really seen through him. It didn't make sense. His disguise with the help of spirit tattoos couldn't be seen through so easily, but Abro directly called him fellow Taoist Lu. This obviously meant that he knew something. Gu Sheng also sat down and looked at Lu Yi. Although the soldier tribe is rare, it's not unknown. I once saw a description of the strange power of the soldier tribe in an ancient book of this world. It's almost exactly the same as the injuries on your body. It's also recorded that the strange power of the soldier tribe can only be forcibly suppressed by a powerful force. When the time comes, the power of the soldier tribe will disappear, or rely on the soldier tribe themselves to deal with it easily. Lu Yi suddenly understood. So this was the problem. Gu Sheng was born in the Yellow Dragon realm, a top realm like the Yellow Dragon realm. Naturally, there were many records of all kinds of secrets. It wasn't surprising that he had seen some records of the soldier tribe. If that was all, it would be fine. The key point was that Lu Yi had been helping those injured cultivators solve their problems for the past 2 days. Gu Sheng naturally made the connection. As for his current disguise, in this vast cultivation world, there were many ways to disguise oneself. If Gu Sheng had already identified him, then even the most perfect disguise would be meaningless. However, I don't know what you two fellow Taoists are talking about. Lu Yi couldn't admit his identity. He didn't know what kind of temperament these two had. Moreover, he had just beaten them up in the arena. Who knew if they would hold a grudge against him? If they were to leak out what had happened here, they would be hated by others. Abro said, Fellow Taoist, we have no ill intentions towards you. We just want to. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Sheng. Then we've made a mistake. He continued, I heard that fellow Taoist can heal our injuries. Yes. Lu Yi nodded. Please post the bounties first. Abro and Gu Sheng did what they wanted. After a short while, Lu Yi saw that there were 2 more bounties of 30,000 Azura seals on the bounty list. He accepted the bounties and helped them solve their problems. Gu Sheng immediately relaxed. His body was heavily injured and affected by the power of Fong. The pressure he endured was much more severe than Abro's. Fellow Taoist, can you exchange your Azura token imprint? Gu Sheng asked. If there are similar injuries in the future, we can directly contact fellow Taoist. Many people had made this request before, but Lu Yi had never agreed to it. However, after thinking about it, he took out his Azura token. End of chapter. Chapter 1916. Lu Yi was willing to exchange Shura tokens with Abro and Gu Sheng not because of their strength, but because he had a vague feeling that they were looking for him for something. However, since he had denied his identity, they could not bring it up. Lu Yi did not know why they were looking for him, but there was no harm in listening. Besides, Lu Yi had his own plans. Based on his previous fight with Abro, this guy had condensed the flower of the body. Coupled with the unique environment of the ancient barbarian world, it was very likely that he knew the secret of the 3 flowers. In order to condense the flower of Qi, one needed to have a perfect source. This was only Lu Ye's own speculation. However, if he could get some concrete information from Abro, it would undoubtedly be of great help to him. Even if Abro did not come looking for him this time, he was prepared to find an opportunity to interact with Abro. Therefore, Gu Sheng's suggestion of exchanging tokens was exactly what he wanted. Of course, he would not refuse. After Abro and Gu Sheng left, Lu Yi pondered for a moment before accepting the bounty mission to cure the poison. After waiting for a while, a sallow and emaciated person with a weak vitality walked in. Lu Yi could tell at a glance that this person's condition was not good because the vitality in his body was too weak. Lu Yi did not know what his original cultivation was, but even if he still had some cultivation left, he would not be able to display much strength with his current vitality. According to the bounty mission, this person was afflicted with a strange poison that could devour vitality. The source was unknown, and so far, no one had been able to cure it. In this huge Shura field, there must be a lot of medical cultivators. Since this person could afford to pay 300,000 Shura seals, he must have consulted many medical cultivators. However, he still looked like neither a human nor a ghost. It was obvious that the medical cultivators he had consulted were helpless. The person sat down and coughed a few times like an ordinary person who was terminally ill. His dim eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Lu Yi. His bounty mission had been on the bounty list for several years, but no one had accepted it. He had already resigned himself to his fate, but who knew that he would be pleasantly surprised? Since the person who accepted the mission had the confidence to accept it, he must be confident in his own abilities. However, after sizing him up, the person's expression became strange. He had thought that the person who accepted the mission was a medical cultivator, but now, no matter how he looked at it, the stocky man sitting opposite him did not seem like a medical cultivator. Fellow Taoist, he panted, I've been afflicted with this strange poison for many years. It's constantly devouring my vitality. Stretch out your hand, Lu Yi instructed. The man immediately stretched out his hand. While Lu Yi examined it, he continued to describe his situation so that Lu Yi could make a more direct judgment. Lu Yi didn't listen at all. If he was a real medical cultivator, this information would undoubtedly be very important, but he wasn't. After checking for a while, he said, It might be a little painful. Please bear with it. The man nodded. I can endure it. After being tormented by the strange poison for so many years, what kind of suffering had he not endured? His heart was already as firm as a rock. Lu Yi immediately activated the power of her talent tree. Invisible roots extended from her palm and probed into the body of the cultivator in front of her. Then, they gently burned away the strange poison in his body. In the past, he was able to burn down the power of the curse passed down in the bloodline of the mermaid clan with the help of the talent tree. What was this Su-Chi poison to him now? However, this person's physical condition was really too poor, so Lu Yi had to be careful. Otherwise, this person might suddenly die. This cultivator's heart was indeed tough enough. The process of burning the talent tree was accompanied by great pain, but he didn't make a sound. He just clenched his teeth tightly and sweat poured out all over his body. As time passed, his eyes gradually became brighter. This was because he could feel that the strange poison that had troubled him for so many years was really slowly disappearing. It was as if there was a flowing flame in his body. Wherever the flame burned, there would be new life. Burning away such a strange poison was much easier than helping the mermaid clan to burn away the curse in their bloodline. Even so, Lu Yi still took half a day to complete the task. After he withdrew his hand, the cultivator closed his eyes and focused, carefully sensing the situation in his body. He was still very weak because he had been troubled by the strange poison for so many years. However, his chi and blood were no longer disappearing. Under the urging of his magic power, it flowed smoothly without any signs of blockage. This undoubtedly meant that as long as he could get enough rest, he would be able to recover sooner or later. Opening his eyes, he was overjoyed and bowed to Lu Yi. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving me from this disaster. I will remember this kindness forever." Lu Yi waved his hand. "I took your money and helped you solve your problem." This person also wanted to exchange Azura tokens with Lu Yi, looking as if he wanted to make friends with him. Naturally, Lu Yi declined. He could only regretfully leave and prepare to recuperate. After this person left, Lu Yi checked the bounty list and received a similar mission. Another day later, Lu Yi left the bounty hall. There were no more missions suitable for him on the bounty list, so there was no point in staying any longer. Returning to his cultivation dwelling, Lu Yi checked his Azura tokens and found that the number of Azura tokens he had accumulated had exceeded 7 million. He was in a good mood and decided to visit the bounty hall more often in the future. Who knows, he might be able to find a suitable and simple mission. 7 million Azura seals. According to the price of treasures in the Azura field, even the white moon crystals he had refined before could be exchanged for 6 of them. However, Lu Yi didn't immediately exchange for them. Instead, he took out a storage ring and took out the items inside. These were all treasures that could increase the quality of his source that Walnut had given him. Adding the blue moon spirit jade that Nan Lian had given him, he had a total value of 4 million Azura seals. If converted to spirit jades, it wouldn't be worth much. 40 million spirit jades wasn't a large number to Lu Yi, but these were all good things that couldn't be bought with spirit jades. In the Azura field, there were many treasures. As long as one had enough Azura seals, they could be exchanged for anything. Lu Yi increasingly felt that his decision to come to the Azura field was the right one. Otherwise, if he just waited in the 10,000 elephant sea, how could there be such a good thing? He immediately refined the treasures in front of him one by one, activating the power of the talent tree. Refining these treasures was simple and easy. He only needed to consume some fuel reserves. Half a day later, Lu Yi felt a clear change in his source. He immediately took out a piece of spirit jade. This time, he didn't activate the power of the talent tree, but refined it himself. This was the normal cultivation method of all cultivators. He could feel strands of energy overflowing from the spirit jade and seeping into his body. Under the circulation of his source, the spirit energy was converted into magic power and stored in his body. Unfortunately, he rarely used this kind of normal cultivation method in the past. He didn't have an accurate comparison, so he didn't know how much the quality of his source had improved. If he wanted an accurate comparison, he would have to return to the 10,000 elephant sea. Only by going deep into the sea would he be able to make a clear judgment. However, one thing was certain. Although the quality of his source had improved, it was far from the limit. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Looking at the 7 million Azura seals in the Azura command, Lu Yi pondered for a moment and decided to keep them for now. In any case, refining those treasures was very easy. He could exchange for them whenever he needed them. Keeping the Azura seals could be used in case he needed them. This time he could easily earn Azura seals. In the future, it wouldn't be so easy. He would have to slowly accumulate experience after experience. Walking out of the cave, Lu Yi flew up. Several days had passed since his last experience. Now that the dust had settled on the Yu Yao rankings, Lu Yi naturally had to enter the next experience. In the Azura field, experience wasn't just for tempering oneself. It also allowed one to earn Azura seals and exchange them for resources. This was also the reason why many cultivators were unwilling to leave for many years. Even a place like the 10,000 Elephant Sea, where many galaxies gathered, wasn't as attractive as the Azura field. Lu Ye's expression was calm as he gradually ascended. The last experience hadn't been too difficult, but he didn't know how it would be this time. Logically speaking, every experience that a cultivator went through had a risk of dying. Even someone as strong as Gu Sheng had been seriously injured in the last experience. However, Lu Yi felt that there shouldn't be anything that could threaten him in the Yu Yao realm. Thus, he didn't know what kind of experience the Azura field would arrange for him. This kind of thing couldn't be predicted in advance. He could only be vigilant. When he reached a certain height, the same experience as last time appeared again. The scenery around him suddenly changed, and he was plunged into darkness. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the darkness, faintly revealing a blurry image. Lu Yi focused his attention on the scene in front of him. With his previous experience, he naturally knew that everything he saw and heard now would become the background of the next experience, so he naturally didn't act carelessly. As he waited, the blurry image suddenly twisted and changed. Lu Yi frowned, not knowing what was going on. Just as he was puzzled, a faint sound rang in his ears. However, this sound seemed to be affected by some kind of power, becoming indistinct and intermittent. The blurry image before him distorted even more frequently. Lu Ye's eyes widened, but he still couldn't see what it was. This Lu Yi was at a loss. For a moment, an absurd thought appeared in his mind. Was there a problem with the Azura field? He couldn't be blamed for thinking this. The scene before him was just too strange. He couldn't see the image, and he couldn't hear the sound. This didn't make sense. Suddenly, his body fell into darkness once more, and even the intermittent and obscure sounds by his ears disappeared. Lu Yi was completely enveloped in darkness, as if he had been thrown into a bottomless black hole. This kind of environment inexplicably made him feel anxious and oppressed. "Is anyone there?" he shouted. However, he couldn't hear his own voice. He tried to move, but his legs couldn't move. This was bad. This Azura field. Perhaps there really was a problem. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. End of chapter. Chapter 1917. Although Lu Yi hadn't been in the Azura field for long and had only experienced one trial before, he could still keenly sense that something was wrong with the current situation. What he was experiencing now was completely different from the first time he entered the trial scene. Lu Ye's first thought was that there was something wrong with the Azura field, but then he thought about it. The Azura field was a starry sky treasure and had been maintained for tens of thousands of years before he came here. How could it be so easy for something to go wrong? Moreover, the timing was so coincidental. But if that wasn't the case, then how could the current situation be explained? As his thoughts changed, the thick darkness suddenly faded, and Lu Yi suddenly found that he could feel his own existence. There was a faint light in front of him from a crack. He blinked and raised his hand to push forward. With a soft creak, light shone in front of him. He took a few steps forward, and in an instant, the fragrance of birds and flowers rushed to his face. He turned his head to look around and found that this should be some kind of deep mountain forest. There were thick trees all around him with fluffy canopies like open umbrellas. Not far in front of him was a sparkling lake, and the fragrance of grass mixed with the soil lingered at the tip of his nose. He turned his head to look behind him and found that he had walked out of a straw hut. The small straw hut in the middle of the mountain had a sense of being hidden in the wilderness. It seemed that he had unknowingly entered the trial scene. But why didn't he get any information about this scene? Thinking back to his strange experience just now, Lu Yi felt that something was not right. After a moment of thought, he raised his hand and took out the Azura command. He immersed his mind into it, but there was no feedback. What did this mean? Why did the Azura arena throw him into such an obscure place? Then, what was the mission of his training this time? Rumble. Just as Lu Yi was pondering, a soft sound suddenly came from his feet. He looked down and saw something the size of a baby's fist rolling on the ground. This thing looked extremely familiar. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. Knowing that this was bad, he quickly raised his foot and stepped on it. He frowned, and his whole body froze in place. His expression was tangled, and he looked like he had a deep grudge. After a long while, he sighed. He knew that if it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Only then did he slowly move his foot away and look down with narrowed eyes. A large, unlucky character instantly appeared in his vision. How could it be the word unlucky? Lu Yi moved quickly, using the sole of his foot to cover up the character. But it was useless. The character turned into a dark beam of light that pierced through the sole of his foot and into his forehead. Lu Ye's heart sank, and he immediately had a bad feeling, as if his whole body was covered by a layer of invisible weight. He removed his foot, bent down, picked up the object on the ground, and threw it into the lake in front of him. It was a bad start. Without any information or clues, he had no idea what he was supposed to do during this training. That was one thing, but the dice of fate had even added bad luck to him. He clearly remembered that he had tied up the dice of fate and hung it at his waist. Moreover, the rope he had used was extremely tough, so it was impossible for it to break for no reason. But now it had broken. Could it be that he was really unlucky this time? In the treasure vault, he had personally witnessed a late-stage moon jade being killed by the power of the Azura Field's rules. Thus, Lu Yi knew that the dice of fate was an extremely mysterious thing. He didn't plan on casually using it again, especially in such a situation. But now it had fallen down on its own. But thinking about it, was it better to be unlucky than to be unlucky? If the dice of fate really did turn out to be unlucky this time, Lu Yi didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter. He immersed his mind and inspected his talent tree. Sure enough, a gray fog rose up from the talent tree, burning away the power of the dice of fate. But with his previous experience, Lu Yi knew that this process would continue for several days. He secretly decided that he wouldn't go anywhere for the next few days. He would live here in seclusion to avoid any mishaps. Moreover, looking at the environment in which he had appeared, it seemed that he really was a secluded expert. Looking at the lake in front of him, Lu Yi sighed and jumped in. He had thrown away the dice of fate in a moment of anger. This thing was a supreme treasure, so how could he throw it away so casually? Diving deep into the water, he easily found the dice of fate and stuffed it into his clothes. But as soon as he emerged from the water, Lu Yi frowned. This was because two figures had appeared in front of his grass hut at some unknown time. One was tall and the other was short. The tall one was like a bamboo pole, and the short one was like a round ball. Their appearances were indescribable. They didn't look like anything good. As expected, he was really unlucky. Even if he decided to live here in seclusion for a few days, he still wouldn't be able to find peace. At this time, these two uninvited guests were coldly sizing up Lu Yi. The tall one asked, "Boy, do you see an old guy with a child?" "No," Lu Yi decisively replied. The tall one seriously sized him up, as if trying to see if he was lying. But Lu Yi really didn't see any old guy with a child. His expression was honest and sincere. Kill him." After saying this, the tall one took the lead and flew forward. He spread out his powerful divine sense, clearly searching for something. The short cultivator rushed toward Lu Yi. Magic power surged from his body. He was actually a moon jade intermediate stage cultivator. Lu Yi was helpless. He had already decided to live in seclusion for a few days and wait for the talent tree to resolve his bad luck. Why did they have to force him? This bad luck. Was it his bad luck, or was it the bad luck of these two uninvited guests? He really couldn't say for sure. With a clang, a long saber was unsheathed. The tall cultivator, who had already flown a distance away, suddenly turned his head back. His eyes suddenly narrowed. He actually saw the scene of his companion's head flying high into the air, while the young man who had just appeared from the lake was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a sense of danger rose in his heart. The tall cultivator immediately looked to the side and saw a bright saber light. With a splashing sound, Lu Yi passed by him. Blood spurted out from his body, and his bamboo-like body was cut in half, falling into the lake. In the next instant, the lake's surface was dyed red. Standing above the lake, Lu Yi swung the mountain plate saber and sheathed it. At that moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. There was a sound coming from that direction. It seemed to be the crying of an infant. He immediately rushed in that direction. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind a large tree. Sure enough, he saw an infant in swaddling clothes. At that moment, the infant was being held in the arms of an old man. Blood flowed from the old man's body, and a huge wound on his chest and abdomen could be seen. His 5 internal organs had already been pulverized. His eyes were dim. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have already died from such injuries. Lu Yi immediately thought of the tall cultivator's question. He understood that those two people hadn't found this place by chance. They had most likely chased after the old man and the infant. Not only were the old man's injuries serious, but he also seemed to have been poisoned. This was because his face was black. Lu Yi couldn't help but think of the two cultivators from before. When they activated their magic power, they seemed to be surrounded by this aura. Needless to say, the old man was injured by those two Yao. Lu Ye's sudden appearance caused the old man's dim eyes to tremble. However, when he saw that Lu Yi wasn't one of the two cultivators chasing after him, his eyes became much brighter. He shakily lifted the crying infant and said with difficulty, "Fellow Taoist, go to the cloud radish, sacred ground." Lu Yi looked at him, and a thought flashed through his mind. This experience was different from the last time. He didn't obtain any useful information. However, at this moment he encountered a dying man who had entrusted his child to him. Thinking about it, was sending this infant to the so-called cloud radish sacred ground his current mission? If it was under normal circumstances, Lu Yi wouldn't hesitate. However, with his current bad luck, Lu Yi didn't know whether he should agree or not. Without any time to think, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Then his head tilted to the side and he died on the spot. The infant in his arms fell straight to the ground. He was already crying loudly, but now he cried even more fiercely. Just as the infant was about to hit the ground, Lu Yi caught him with a single hand. When he looked at the old man again, he had already turned into specks of light and disappeared. This made Lu Yi understand that this old man was undoubtedly a shadow. The two Yao he killed just now didn't seem to be shadows. He also didn't know where they came from. Holding the infant in his arms, Lu Ye's face was filled with worry. This experience in the Azura battlefield was really strange. Someone like him, who killed people like scything flax, actually had to escort an infant to the so-called cloud radish sacred ground. In comparison, Lu Yi felt that killing people was much more enjoyable. Sure enough, this trip didn't go well. Bad luck was everywhere. However, since this was a training mission, there was no reason to refuse. After all, it was related to obtaining the Azura seal. His plan to live in seclusion was ruined. The infant's crying wasn't loud. Instead, he seemed to be weak. Lu Yi released his divine sense and quickly discovered that this was because the infant was too weak. Looking at the infant's appearance, he seemed to be less than a month old. What kind of background did he have to attract the pursuit of Tu Yuyao? Then the first thing he needed to do was find something to eat for this child. Thinking of this, Lu Yi leapt up. He didn't know where the cloud radish sacred ground was, so he could only choose a random direction. Half a day later, in a small village at the foot of a mountain, Lu Yi stood at the door of a house. Next to him was a rough man, squatting on the ground. From time to time, the man would glance at Lu Yi, his eyes filled with fear. Inside the house, a woman held an infant in her arms and gently patted him. Her eyes were filled with kindness, and the sound of sucking and swallowing came from the infant's mouth. Lu Yi felt that he wasn't too unlucky. It didn't take him much effort to find a woman who was breastfeeding. He handed the infant to her and asked for her help. The woman readily agreed. End of chapter.